yourself through civil fight. Your tears of blood. Life is in motion by default. If you want me to live, if you want me to forget, if you want us to pretend like we're civilized humans, if we are true, justice is on me. The evil from the enemy, flashing lights on summer. Why do death and my culture? Why can hate on the white heart? Why the ground that made us fight? Reach and the ends, illness the fear of love. We'll build some of ourselves. In this town.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. It's so good to see all of you. Thank you so much for coming out to watch the next episode. And yes, thank you so much. We have the recap docs linked there for anyone interested in catching up. But yes, I'm so very excited to be here. I'm so excited to have all of you here tonight, and it's gambling time. So, the managers escaped from K Corp, dragging along with them Yuna, one of K Corp's former researchers, and the tearful thing, a being that Yuna was tasked with caring for and the source of K Corp's healing ampules. Our four managers filled Yuna in on the fact they came from a still functioning L Corp facility that managed to avoid being buried underground thanks to the actions of their AI assistant who prematurely activated the site burial protocol and who the managers were able to suppress and even get through to. Yuna, reeling from these revelations, berated the managers for their complete lack of a plan and filled them in on the fact that while they were underground in a slowed state of time, up on the surface, the collapse of L Corp had become widespread news. This resulted in what Yuna referred to as the L Corp Dream and Encephalon Rush, a race to ransack these sunken facilities for ego, encephalon, and whatever else valuable one could find down there. Yuna also explained to the managers just what had happened to Pryor and himself while in K Corp, an occurrence known as the distortion phenomenon. Yuna stressed that the managers needed to be more careful going forward, especially now that they made an enemy of a wing and had begun to get eyes on them. Pryor then shared with Yuna the notes he found left behind by a researcher in Cowl. Yuna recognized the researcher as a robotics expert they'd worked alongside before. This robotics expert could prove a lead towards fulfilling the promise to Ange of finding her a body of her own, and so Yuna set to work on pinning down his location while the managers contacted their AI assistant and caught her up to speed. The managers then had a moment to themselves where certain truths about their pasts came to light. Pryor shared with the other three just what had happened to him while separated in K Corp's facility and how he ran into Doctor, also known as Rennie. The other three recognized the name of the woman they'd run into back in K Corp before everything went downhill, and recalled that this woman knew Merru's sister Vienna. The four all came to realize Vienna used to work for Pryor as his chef, and that, according to Rennie, Vienna was still alive in the Backstreets of District 23, though how well she was doing is debatable. The managers then looked to Miix for answers regarding the issue of an arbiter having apparently wiped out Miix's family, a fact unknown to everyone but Miix until Yuna made mention of it while giving the tour of K Corp. Miix confessed that this had indeed happened and that they feared the head coming after them, though they chalked it up to paranoia, knowing if the head wanted them in particular dead, they'd already be. As night fell, Merru realized Kai hadn't come inside and crawled up to the roof of the RV to find Kai out there. Kai confided in Merru about his past, his feelings, and his fears. His wish he had never sold his body, his inability to love without seeking out abuse, and his inability to be the person the rest of the managers need, leaving Merru concerned for him and unsure how to help. Desperate for money, short on supplies, and with a semblance of a lead, the managers enter into J Corp, the nest of gambling and den of sin. And so, managers, why don't you all introduce yourselves and let us know how the managers are doing when they wake up, starting with Miix.
Hello, everybody. I'm Miix. I am a wandering storm dragon VTuber, and I play the wonderful eponymous? Well, that doesn't make sense. Anyways, hi everybody. I play Miix. The head, the department head of the information team. They are, just a silly little goober. Right now, though, they have a bit of bed hair. Their hair is a bit messy. For those who are observant, Miix is the one who usually takes the most time to get themselves ready in the morning. So in their natural state, makeup isn't there. The hair is kind of pretty messy. They haven't put on their ribbon. And they kind of just sort of are slowly rubbing the sleep out of their eyes, trying to wake themselves up. They have started to grow bags under their eyes. More recently, it's gotten a bit worse. The lines have gotten deeper. Once they sort of gain their bearings, there's a moment where their eyes have a 1,000-yard stare. It's kind of the weight of everything that's going to happen today is coming back to them. But nonetheless, they shake their head, get themselves off their bed, and force themselves to come to terms with everything that's going to happen today. Because if they don't, then the worst case may end up happening.
Yes, and next up is Merru.
Yes, hello. I'm Merru Online. I'm playing the lovely control team department head Merru. He's just finished getting dressed in his, regular magic bullet ego gear. And I mean, he's been doing okay, honestly. I mean, he's stressed, of course, about everything that's transpired this past week. And I mean, he also hasn't gotten much sleep since he's been spending a lot of his nighttime keeping watch. And I mean, the sleep he did get wasn't great considering he sleeps in a bathtub. But otherwise, he's doing fine. I mean, he's used to being in high-stress situations, and uncomfortable ones as well. And I mean, a lot of the stress hasn't exactly been directed towards him lately, so it's manageable to him. But he is actually less concerned about himself right now and more concerned about Kai. Considering the conversation they had last night. But he's got his Justicia ego gift over both of his eyes again. So I mean, he hopes that Kai can't notice somehow the glances he's been giving him every now and then since they all started preparing to get to head out and get ready. But yeah, besides that, he's just ready to get going. I mean, the faster they get their jobs done, the faster they can make progress on their mission. And then the sooner they can complete this overarching mission, the sooner the whole mess is over with, finally. So that's all he wants. But yeah, he's doing fine. Pretty much.
All right. And next up is Prior.
Absolutely. Prior has been doing well for Prior. While everyone else in the morning gets up in various stages, Prior always sort of rises like a corpse in the morning, despite the loud, often obnoxious noises he makes and the sleepwalking and occasional delirium he enters when he gets up without notice, when he rises of his own volition. It's always silent and quiet, accompanied by the sound of his machine that he sleeps with shutting off as he pulls himself quietly from bed, dresses himself in his ego, smooths over his hair, and moves. It's hard to say that Pryor always moves with purpose, but it's easy to say that he always moves with direction. Not that he knows where he's going, but he's, in a way, been told where to go. And as I reversed it a little bit, hello everyone, my name is Pryor, and I play Manager Pryor. And as good old Pryor gets ready, I think he, for once, finds himself directed towards Miix. For once, he has been told that the burden of leadership does not fall on his shoulders, and after everything that occurred in K Corp and his own inability both to prevent his own distortion and, in many ways, his inability to reach Yuna as Miix did, he is cautiously optimistic that maybe it is the best thing that he can do for this team and for his friends to step aside the burden of leadership and let Miix lead them in a different way than he would.
And that brings us to our last manager, Kai.
Hi, I'm Kai, Kai Calypso. I'm also a VTuber like the other three here. I play Manager Kai, who is definitely sluggish. He still looks a bit down, but I think that he rested better than he would have had he not talked to Merru. I think the weight of a lot of things hit him at once, and he's struggling to cope, but talking to someone definitely helped lift the burden a little bit. He's better than he would have been otherwise, and that's all he can ask for. I think his idea of getting better, aside from just figuring things out himself, is to focus on what is in front of him, and right now that is going into J Corp and gambling, since that's the plan, and getting the money that they need and meeting the people that they need to. I think he's just very objective focused right now. And if Miix is the leader right now, then he'll look to them for that, though he is concerned about some things that they said to him recently, because he's not entirely sure what they meant by everything that they were trying to tell him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, managers, the four of you are awake. And you all see from what was Merru's bunk, though Merru never used it, as you all know, you see Yuna poke their head up. They look awful. The tablet is still in their hands, and you can all see them typing away at it, and you're not sure if they've slept. Their hair's a mess. There's bags under their eyes. And they'll kind of, from their perch, looking down at you all, say, well, I have good news, managers, and bad news, and I'm not going to ask any of you which you want first because they're interconnected. The good news here is that I've located Micah. And you all watch Yuna try to stumble down from the bunk. Let me see how successful they are at that. So Yuna doesn't fall on their face, but Yuna does manage to stumble down. And has the tablet in their hand, and you all see that there's a... Actually, are all of you looking over to see the screen when Yuna holds it up?
Sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Pryor is curious. He is turned and given Yuna his full attention.
Everyone else is. Yep.
All right. Yuna presses play, and you all see a nervous man on the screen who looks like this. You see this man with scraggly long blue hair, dark blue, almost gray hair, being dragged away by J Corp's personnel in one of the casinos. And Yuna continues and says, the bad news is that he's currently imprisoned by J Corp, and no, I'm not hacking into those cameras because while I'm good, I doubt if I'm that good, and I'd rather we not piss off a nutter wing. That said, I was able to find information of his debt on their system. And you all watch as that screen shuts and Yuna types in a couple of things and a number pops up on the screen. 15 billion on. That is how much we need to get him out of there. Not counting daily interest, which is calculated at the end of each day cycle. Oh my gosh!
That is a lot of money.
You said billion?
Yes, I said billion. 15 billion.
Well, if I had access to the family treasury, and this was a few years ago, none of the rest of you would happen to be part of an heir to a rich family, would you?
Yeah, I'll go see if I can ask the great siblings for a couple $100 billion.
The way you say that makes me feel like if it was back in the day, that'd be a real possibility.
Back in the day, I could have probably just raised it myself.
Well, this is why we're here, to make money.
Indeed. While the biggest concern is that we don't have upfront capital, if we all pool what little resources we have, the problem is betting is difficult when the house always wins. I admit, I am proficient at cards. I could probably make a tidy sum, and for once, we do have the advantage of time. There's nothing necessarily at our back, and assuming that we have managed to evade... He gestures to Yuna. We have managed to evade K Corp's suspicion. We should be able to take as long as we need to raise that money.
So
once we
about
start...
that.
That's the second part of the bad news, I imagine.
Yeah, didn't mean to cut you off there, but I figured I should stop you before you started getting ideas. Someone else has expressed interest in paying off his bounty, and they're sending a representative next week. Limbus Company. And they kind of look to see if that name, if any of you feel any way about it, if anyone reacts to that.
Is there a role that we could make to potentially?
Absolutely not. You all have been underground in L Corp this time. There's no role any of you can make.
Then there's no reaction. We're all like, huh?
I imagine we all rack our minds, then probably, well, depending on how much we decide to rack our minds, but Pryor eventually shrugs and goes, so what are they? Well, you didn't say office, so I doubt they're a group of fixers. The company tells me that, what, another wannabe wing?
Yeah, could you tell us what you know about them?
I'm not surprised you all don't know anything, but I figured I may as well ask. From what I've heard, I don't know a lot, they're a fairly young company. Apparently they're having to send a representative because some of their agents caused a mess in J Corp last time they were here. But we have a week exactly before they arrive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all we have because we can't afford to piss them off. Have any of you heard of the Red Gaze?
Is this a role that we could make?
You can actually all make me a wit streetwise for this one.
Ooh.
Okay. I have no knowledge of the streets. Miix has never played a Street Fighter, so
What's
DC is, I will say it's a scaling difficulty sort of thing. So you can put it at DC 1.
Cool. And you said wits plus streetwise?
Yep, wits plus streetwise for anyone who wants to make this roll.
Prior will elect to pass on it.
Yeah. Well, okay. Merru's the goat, I guess.
All right. So Kai, that sounds like a title. That sounds like a color fixer title. Merru, with a free. You know this is a color fixer's title. It is not a color fixer you have ever heard of before. If you had to guess, this is probably somebody who's gained their title during the time you all have been underground. Or at the very least, they've gotten big recently and you just haven't heard of them before. But you know that's a color fixer. And Yuna, seeing the fact that probably only Merru has some recognition, Kai might have a little bit, says, all right. Okay, you might not know them, but you all know the Red Mist, right? The Black Silence. Wait to see if there's any reaction there.
Now, the Red Mist gets an immediate, genuine, aura out of Prior. Like, his eyes notably sharpen, his back straightens and drops, and he doesn't start sweating, but, his entire body tenses like a spring.
In contrast, you can't see Merru's eyes widen because he has Justicia on, but his back also straightens, but it's almost like the closest thing to excitement that you've seen from him the entire time that we've been out here. It's more like he perks up when he hears the Red Mist.
Miix looks conflicted in the middle of the two.
Yuna, take... Oh, yeah, please go.
No, I was... Kai doesn't know who that is. He just knows that it's got to be a fixer. So...
Yeah, Yuna takes in the range of reactions and says, okay, well, the Red Gaze is a color fixer, and one that we can't mess with, and one that from what I've heard and what I've seen, is working with Limbus. Also, no, please go ahead. Yuna looks so tired.
No, I'm just... The color fixer. That,
I'm sure I don't have to explain what a color fixer is to all of you.
No, I'm saying, Yuna, that it's a little curious that a company that that we don't know much about has a color fixer on their side.
Well,
They're just glorified mercenaries, same as the syndicates and everything else.
True.
Fixers are just people who do dirty work by a different name.
Not
Color fixer
necessarily.
probably thinks...
Just saying, not necessarily. Oh, but you can keep going.
Yeah, well... Fair enough. Look, it's just... Color fixers probably either have something over the color fixer, put them under their thumb, or alternatively, the color fixer is using them to get something they want. At the end of the day... Yeah, it is what it is. And we
Whatever
don't
the
want to
case
fight a color
is.
fixer.
Exactly. Whatever the case is, we're not gonna mess with them.
Good. Good. I don't think that's a fight any of you can win. I know that's a fight I don't want to pick, and as far as I'm aware, Limbus's agents are just as insane as you four.
Wow, that's a high bar to clear.
I found out. You know why Siegfried didn't arrive immediately on the scene back there?
Why is that?
One of Olympus's agents was stabbing her giant lance through the glass and causing a scene at the border, violating K Corp's taboos.
So it looks like fate was on our side.
Sounds like a real idiot to do that kind of thing.
Well, either way, I guess we owe them. Their insanity gave us the opportunity to escape. I doubt we can rely on such luck again.
No, I don't think you can. And this is not a group we can handle or a group we can fight, which means you all have exactly a week to raise 15 billion on, or we can give up this avenue.
Well, we have ways to do it. This is a place to gamble. Or the house always wins, that Miix says, looking over at Pryor. But we can at least come out with an advantage. Card counting. You're good with cards. Maybe that's something you can do. Can't do it for too long. They'll get suspicious. Any good casino will kick us out if we keep card counting for more than maybe 3 tables. If not less. But it's a good way to start building up capital. Build up more and more and more. Casinos like these always have secret VIP rooms anyways. You become a big enough winner and you don't raise any suspicion, they tend to invite you. So just gotta be good.
Pryor puts 2 fingers to his brow in a little salute that would be mocking if his eyes weren't still razor sharp. I can raise the capital necessary to get us to the big leagues table. I'm capable of playing. I mean, if we can get to a poker table and a high roller poker table, I think I can probably. I wouldn't put myself at cleaning house, but I can make more than I spend.
Mm-hmm. That'll be good.
You've always been good at putting your ears to the ground. Sorry. Pryor actually turns away from Kai and goes, should let you take the lead. And he gestures for Miix to continue.
Good point. We'll have to be as charismatic as we can be, but try not to get too much. We don't want too many eyes on us, or else we'll scrutinize our play even more. Gotta be careful. We want them to. We gotta win enough money that we can safely back out. We should probably hit our target goal, or at least hopefully get near it, even halfway through. Once we get that much, we'll leave before they start making us lose everything.
So, you want me to ask around for good casinos to do that in?
That'd be a start. Really, I just prefer if you can just get us on fellow high rollers' good sides as well. You know, it's not the average Joe that knows where to gamble. It's usually the guys who regularly throw away million on every week. So, but That being said, shouldn't be too hard to find the best casinos. I mean, they don't exactly try to hide.
I'll still, if it's okay with you, ask around just because there are, Kai kind of locks in a little bit. There are enough street goers that I might have some connection to, you know, the kind of people that high rollers might spend their money on, that would know where they prefer to spend their cash, and I think that could give us an advantage.
Sure. No, yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. Then we'll go with that. That being said, we'll have to do our best. The people who go to casinos are not all the savory type. So try not to piss anybody off. And Miix says that and kind of side eyes Merru, and says, "We really don't want to upset anybody here."
Merru has been listening, and at some point he had crossed his arms, and he just goes, "I will do what I think is best, Miix."
I trust you to be smart. That's fair. Before we go, does anybody else have any suggestions? Any ideas you want to bring up? We got to work as a team, so best to hear from everybody.
10 billion is a lot of money.
15, actually. Yuna helpfully supplies.
Well, before we get to 15, let's set our sights a little lower. Let's start with 10. Just getting, I mean, the first billion's always the hardest to make, you know what they say.
Mm-hmm.
I just suggest we see how viable this line of attack is. I trust your strategy and I will follow it through. We'll have to reassess, I suppose. If nothing else, we'll see how viable it is, right?
We will. I think it'd be, at least how we are now, nobody's making 15 billion at casinos unrealistic. But if we can at least make 1 or even 5 billion even, then that's good enough, and we can discuss other avenues after. We just want to get our foot in the door. There are a lot of ways to make money in casinos, and they don't just have to be gambling. After all, if we can attract the right circles, maybe we can discuss other things. Anybody else? Merru, do either of you guys have any ideas?
Nothing that wouldn't be a last-ditch effort, I suppose. Just out of curiosity, what are we going to be starting with betting-wise?
Good points. Yuna, do you know what our starting funds are?
How would I know what kind of money you all have? Shouldn't you be all keeping track of that?
You have
Yuna
the
kind of
tablet.
blinks, like, and looks at
All
the
in
tablet.
there.
Right. Let me see. It looks like. I mean,
We weren't
it looks
dark
like.
broke.
Oh.
We aren't dirt broke, is what he said. Should be there in the budgeting. Here, it's right there. It's right in this folder.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't looking through your funds exactly. All right, it looks like you each have, from the money you got saved with working with L Corp, Yuna looks through to see and says, "Oh, let me check on that." So your starting amounts are and how much you each have would be 15 million each. 15 million on.
Gotcha. So 60 million on altogether. Yeah, well. Ain't a lot, but it's a start.
And I don't have any money that can contribute because I lost all my money.
Yeah, most of my money went to the RV. Okay. So then we will keep that into account. We start with 60 million. Kai, I want you to keep in mind those last-ditch efforts. We might end up needing them, so they'll be good to have. So thank you for that. Merru, any suggestions, any warnings, anything that you think would be important to keep in mind?
Same as Kai. Nothing that wouldn't be a last-ditch effort. So
Fair enough. Please keep those in mind.
I will.
Thank you. Okay. And then Yuna, any last things we should know about?
I can't think of anything aside from what I've relayed. I can keep an eye on all of you, but aside from just be careful, don't expect that there's not anybody after you, and try not to make a scene.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Pascal is here. Probably best that you don't go outside, but at least you can send Pascal and just check the video feed every now and then. That way, if you see anything, you'll at least see it through him. And then, I guess... Okay, I think we've got everything we need. Guess it's time for us to hit the streets. And Miix stands up from the chair. Okay, well, then... I guess if everybody's ready, then we'll head out.
I will follow Miix if...
Yeah, I guess as Miix goes to step out, Miix stops and then looks over at Yuna. Yuna.
Yeah?
If anything happens... Keys are on the dash.
I
You need to relocate, that's fine. Just try and leave a message, something discreet that we can find if you need to haul ass out of here.
Okay. Just make sure you... Yes.
Hey, it's okay. We're gonna be fine. And Miix kind of like thinks for a moment, kind of taps their shoe, and then steps forward. I'm your boss, right? You're not gonna lose your employment so soon, so I'll come back to you. That's fine.
You best.
Sure thing.
Are we ready to leave yet?
Yeah. All right.
Pryor's eyebrow is in the fucking stratosphere, but he suppresses his expression as soon as he takes a stance behind Miix, folds his arms at his back, and prepares to march to the beat of someone else's drum.
Yeah. And they step out. As they step out and shut the door, Miix kind of like murmurs to himself, well, hopefully that worked.
and you all leave Yuna behind in the RV, who looks very stressed, very concerned, and has double checked to make sure that all the blinds are closed, the door is shut, and the entire place is locked up. And you all are making your way out onto the back streets of J Corp.
Scary looking place, huh?
You can say one thing about J Corp, and that's that they know how to make the dreary look enticing. Forget your troubles.
Mm-hmm. This doesn't look like the... I thought... The Backstreets look a little different compared to, I guess... I know it wasn't the Backstreets proper, but when we left L Corp, I figured it'd look a lot more like that.
Every district has their own culture. Every backstreet's a little different from each other. See, J Corp, they want you to see it. They want you to see what you could experience. It draws you in. The same way a bug zapper. After all, if they sign it away fair and square, has a wrong even really been done?
Yeah, fair enough. Alright. Well, onwards we go. I guess take the lead. So hope we can find some high rollers and just people who know where to go around here.
I'll ask around.
Hi.
mhm.
Would you like to make a charisma streetwise roll, and you can add your beautiful and your influence?
Fantastic. Sorry, those are just 2 extra die.
Can I assist? I have Streetwise.
You can. So you would actually be getting 4 extra dice.
Okay.
1 from beautiful, 1 from assist, 2 from influence.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You can just put the DC at 1.
Okie dokie. Merru, beautiful influence. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wow! That's real. That's real.
Oh my gosh.
Wow!
Kai.
I mean,
This episode, we actually get all of the money that we need because I have that much of a tenacious charisma. Can-do attitude.
Yes.
oh my god.
So, you've been to these backstreets before, I believe, Kai. It's been a while since you've been to this district, but you know District 10. And you know what these streets are like. It doesn't take you much time at all to be able to work your way through, find the sort of people you'd need to ask on intel, and learn which of the casinos might be best to visit to maximize profits and find those high rollers.
Is it possible with the crit that it can be somewhere that we might be able to keep a slightly lower profile for a longer amount of time?
Tragically,
Yes.
that is not actually a crit, but that is a huge margin, which is probably
My fault. I thought one of the die was a crit. My bad. Okay.
Oh, what
No.
are the? It's 2 crit dice to make it a crit, but you have a margin of like 6. So
My
like
bad.
I think that works.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, I had it from scaling information, and with how much you got, especially being over 5, you're able to learn too which ones are more discreet and which ones, if a bit of a scene gets caused, it might not get out as much, and there might not be as awful punishment for it.
Fantastic.
And as you're asking around, you see a face among the crowd of a woman who looks rather familiar to you. She has shorter brown hair and is dressed in a red dress and is like leaning against one of the street corners. And as you're asking around, as she hears your voice, she looks up and her eyes widen in recognition. And you hear a voice call out, "Bo!"
Kai turns and though she looks older than, probably shouldn't say that out loud, than he expected, he does instantly recognize who that is. Lilith? Hi.
Oh my gosh.
It's been a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen you in years. And she takes the cigarette out of her mouth for a moment and smiles at you, kind of waves her arm around and says, "How are things going with your owner? Did you two move to another district?"
Kai's eyes widen a bit at that, and his skin turns paper white. He probably staggers back a little bit into. I know that our little sprites are all lined up, but is Merru still behind me?
Yes.
Okay, Kai's gonna stagger back into Merru a little bit.
You okay, Kai?
No,
Miix kind of like steps forward a little bit and says, "Hi, nice to meet you, madam.
Call me
Kai."
Lilith.
And then, Lilith, so nice to meet you. And Miix sort of gracefully like bows. They'll take her hand if she offers it. And then looks back.
She not offer it, but if you're like looking like you're gonna offer it, she looks kind of amused at that.
Yeah.
And will take yours.
Yeah, Miix will like do a little bow. But then looks over back at Kai, concerned about if he's okay or not.
Kai's still shaking a little bit. I don't think that I'm not sure that he fully recognized if Miix asked him if he's okay.
I think while this is going on, Merru kind of does like a little side step, so like Kai's not right in front of him, and hesitantly kind of holds on to Kai's sleeve just in case.
Prior knows that there are very, very few things that he and Kai do not discuss. When Kai first came to Prior, there were things that it was best left unsaid. Prior does not know who Lilith is, and he is not meeting Kai's gaze. But he is watching her like a hawk would be generous. He is watching her like he is prepared for her to draw a weapon, or more accurately, that she has already drawn one and shot Kai twice in the chest.
Miix looks over at Lilith and says, very nice to meet you. Kai, I'm surprised that you know Manager Kai.
Manager? She doesn't seem to fully, like, she kind of, her focus is on Kai in particular. She doesn't seem to really care much with the rest of you until you speak to her, but she kind of like looks up and down, and looks sort of both confused but also bemused at that, like, and she's just kind of like, what do they mean by manager, Kai? Are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost, and those clothes. Lilith's kind of looking at your outfit now, and you know that what you're currently wearing is very different from what Lilith's likely used to seeing you in.
Kai probably would be laughing if he wasn't freaking out so bad right now, but his thoughts have started to take over a little bit. You know, he's in a spiral of, you know, of course you would ask about him. I mean, he bought me. He's the last person that she's seen me with. He'll always be a part of me. It's been, a lot's changed. Talking to Merru was supposed to help with this. He's still failing to keep it together.
Here's a question I have. This is aimed at Pryor. Miix looks at Pryor as if, like, asking whether they should intervene or not, as the quote-unquote leader. They're confused.
Tragically, Pryor is not regarding anything in Kai's direction. He is watching Lilith. And he has gone hands off. He hears Kai moving through words, and he is being deadly silent.
Kai goes quiet for a moment, and then seems to steel himself a little bit. And he smiles back at Lilith. Sorry about that, Lily. It's been a bit since, I don't, belong to him anymore.
Oh? She looks surprised at that, but then says, well, manager now, huh? Sounds like you're moving up in the world.
Maybe. It's better. I do still miss you guys sometimes, though. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, kid. I couldn't say how the rest are doing back there, but I've been getting through just fine.
You always did. Kai, seems to be a little more calm now. Whatever was affecting him so much before, he's at least managed to shove it away for a little bit. So, we're here, to try and raise some money, but, it's, we're quite a far way from District 16. I know you don't know how the others are, but I'm glad to see that you're doing well, and I don't know how you ended up here, but it's still a pleasant surprise.
Change of scenery, some disagreements with Mama back home.
Kai's eyebrows definitely raise at this. But he was not close enough with Mama to directly question whatever that is.
You should pay them a visit sometime, though, soon.
Kai nods. I hope I can. I'd love to. Thank you.
She kind of just, like, smiles and waves at that. And she, yeah, unless Kai asks her anything else, she goes back to just sort of leaning against where she was. There's a fondness in her gaze when she looks at Kai, but there's also a tiredness there.
Miix wants to say something, and even now they're wondering if they should have said something before, but thinking that at the very least it seems to be over, they look over at Lilith, and they give a polite smile and bow and say, "It was very nice meeting you, Madam Lilith."
She kind of looks incredibly amused at Miix's behavior and looks to Kai and says, "Where'd you pick up this nest spawn?"
I apologize. I hope I wasn't rude.
No, it's a breath of fresh air, actually.
I don't know if Miix knows what Kai did before. I don't think they do.
They don't know.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I think Kai's calmed down enough to be, like, somewhat amused by that. I don't think he's laughing as hard as I am right now. No, it's, and Kai turns to Miix. No, I believe that you've given her the perfect amount of respect. It's just that, the profession that, me and Lilith once shared, we don't usually get called things quite so nice as that is all.
I see. Well, I hope it's no bother. But thank you for your kindness. Miss Lilith? Miix says, a little unsure.
I haven't been called Miss in a long time. She looks incredibly amused at everything coming out of Miix's mouth right now.
Madam, it is. I hope that's not. I'm... Yeah, but either way, Miix says, a little flustered at this point, and they say, "It was very nice meeting you, Madam Lilith. A good day to you."
And to
if
you.
Nobody else says anything, they will begin to step away.
And to you also, Kai's. She kind of looks Miix up and down like she's not sure what their relationship is and, like, glances over at Kai.
friends, co-workers, kind of like us.
Forgive me, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Miix. Very nice to meet you.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Mick.
And Kai, if no one else says anything when they're walking off, though what she said definitely shook him to his core a bit, he does still hold quite a fondness for Lily, so he will, wave at her and smile as they're making their way.
Yeah, Miix will just make a quick comment to Kai as they're walking away and says, "I hope that's not rude."
No, not at all. You were. I don't know if I could explain to you fully why exactly that was as amusing as it was to her, but you did nothing wrong.
I just, sort of, where I was raised, it's always madam.
Respect your elders.
Sirs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stuff like that.
You're okay. You're good. Sorry about that.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Good to see an old friend at least.
If you need anything, just
don't worry about it.
Okay. And as they walk again, Mick still wonders whether or not they should have intervened, but seeing as Kai has calmed down, they silently hope to themselves that they made the right decision.
Merru hasn't said anything for pretty much the whole interaction, but he has. It's not like a strong hold, but he has kept his hold on Kai's sleeve.
Kai probably doesn't mention it, but it is something that he appreciates absentmindedly. He doesn't say anything else about the interaction, if no one else does.
Prior will approach Kai, and he does so with that even keel, ready walk he always does. And when he glances at Kai, he does so on the side without all the eyes on his cheek.
Kai looks over at Prior. Is there something wrong, sir?
He opens his lips, then closes them, and gives a firm shake of his head, a curt nod, and a doesn't sound like it then, as you were.
And Kai shakes his head and just goes back to what they were doing.
Kai, at this point, you've probably been able to get enough information. You've all been pointed in the direction of all the casinos that you've been recommended, because I imagine you were given multiple different ones. You're all pointed in the direction of one that is more towards the outskirts, I imagine, in the Backstreets, a place where people aren't likely to ask a lot of questions. And you've heard, though, despite that fact, there's a good amount of high rollers there. You are told that syndicates do sometimes frequent that place. But then again, that's every casino in J Corp, do you imagine?
I will relay all of this information as they make their way there.
You're really good at this. Good job. Now that we have a place to go to, we'll be able to start the hard part. But, we'll be fine.
Priory's been deadly silent on their walk. If anyone looks back at him that isn't Kai, he has been burning a hole in the back of Kai's head with his gaze the entire time. But when Miix speaks up, he finally kind of snaps at it for a moment and goes, "I'll follow your lead."
Well then, if what Kai has told us is correct, then we should be able to find it up ahead through there. Which means we're not too far from it. Cool. Yeah, you know, it's, and Miix kind of sort of trying to break the silence says, it's not what I thought the Backstreets would be.
We've gotten incredibly lucky. Actually, we've gotten incredibly lucky. No thugs. No low-level goons. Perfectly clear streets.
Maybe this is the way it was meant to be. You know? Most places should be like this, I feel. Miix kind of says with like sort of a hopeful gleam in their eye.
True. Clear streets could just mean that they're all elsewhere. Could mean that something's already happened and they're laying low. Could just mean it's the right time of night. Could mean a lot of things.
As you're all walking through these clear streets, Prior, you hear a sound.
Goodbye.
In the moment, his foot is halfway in the air, and as the eyes dart to whisper, his foot lands with a thunderous stomp, and he says, "Ambush! Scatter!" And in the alley, is there a trash can, a dumpster, anything he can dart behind?
Yes, there are trash cans, dumpsters all around all of you, and there are high walls on either side of you all.
Prior throws his back up against the wall and crouches behind the trash can. Life for a daredevil leaves his back and he spins it in his offhand.
What do the rest of you do?
Kai followed instinct when screamed at to scatter. He likely threw himself behind a dumpster soon after he was yelled at, not knowing what the threat is or could be, but readies himself for a fight even if his mind isn't all the way there right now.
I mean, Merru hears ambush, he's immediately trying to go find cover as well. I mean, it's been a while since he's been in the Backstreets. But I mean, this was his life. So he hopes that he has the same swiftness that he did before when he goes to find cover, as he's done many a time before.
Miix, for a moment, just their face curls up in frustration because it's a reminder that things aren't like how they wanted them to be, and immediately throws himself towards a trash can and places themselves behind it. And draws the living and the dead.
Hey, Merru, you don't need to make this at DC 1 because Prior warned you, but
Okay.
can you give me a Dex plus Athletics check?
Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Dex plus that. Oh. Okay. Okay, DC 8?
Yeah, DC 8.
8? Okay, I have 6 dice.
Yeah, that's 8. That's 8 with your 6 dice.
Okay. Trying to think. Oh,
Now
what
might
is-
be a time to use desperation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is our current level of, like, for desperation and stuff?
Currently, I believe you're all at Desperation 4.
Alright. I will roll desperation if that is alright with everybody. Because I don't wanna get attacked.
Well, I guess that desperation level didn't go down. They were still after us.
Alright, I will roll. Okay.
I think you gotta overreach.
Remind me how I do this again.
You left click and you hit willpower reroll, and
Ideally, you don't get in the situation at all,
You-
but
Well, you know what? You're not the one
Select-
with after you, okay? Alright, so I just reroll.
Yep, you willpower reroll, and the danger goes up. Not our desperation, but our danger. Okay, good. Now, I was going to...
Okay.
If you hadn't rolled enough successes, it would have treated as if you rolled 0.
Okay.
Mr. DM. Oh, no.
Yes.
So-
Yes.
My fault.
Yay! There was a dead!
It wasn't dead.
Yay!
Merru,
Yeah.
as you all scatter, hear what Prior says, and you all dive for cover, you feel something suddenly slice right by you. If you had not moved at that moment, you have a feeling that sword, that flash of red, would have come down and just taken your arm holding magic bullet clean off.
Great.
As you find yourself face to face with this individual here. And as suddenly as they appear, they vanish again. And you can make me a wits awareness at DC 6.
Okay. Alright, well I have 7 dice for this.
statistically,
fine. We'll just be really good at rolling, which is something I've always been.
Just be really good at rolling.
Yeah, like this. I mean,
Like this?
like this, or not like that.
Well, you know.
Now, as you fail, Merru, Prior, back against the wall, blood pumping through his veins, points at you and says, "Manager, we can't survive another hit like that. Watch! You already see them." And Prior, after all, has already seen worse.
Merru.
Prior will spend the point of willpower and force Merru to succeed the check.
Yep. Merru, you're the only one who can see them right now. You see, on top of the building above you all, there is the individual cloaked in black with that sword, that blood red sword out. And Merru, it is your turn. What will you do?
I think I have to shoot this guy. I hope I can.
All right.
There's not much else I can do. I mean, well, no. There's something else I could do, but I won't do it because it probably won't work.
Oh.
I mean, technically, I do have my repel ability that I've never used, except for in the one shot when it failed, and that's why I haven't used it since. 'Cause I doubt that would work. I only have like 6 dice for it. So I think I'm just gonna shoot this guy, because that's what I do. I shoot people.
All right. You can make that shot at DC 8.
Well, I have 11 dice.
I'm sorry, DC what?
8.
DC 8.
Oh!
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
No, you see,
Actually,
Merru,
wait.
this is his good roll.
Wait, before I do that, may I try to roll Justicia?
Yes, you may, because you can see them. And do you
Yes.
believe that this individual is guilty?
They're guilty of trying to kill me, yeah?
All right.
I mean, now I said Merru is a Fixer fan. Merru probably... Does Merru recognize the Shi?
You know what, Merru? I'll give you this for free because Merru knows fixers. Merru, you recognize the sort of clothes they're wearing. You recognize the sword. This is a member of the Shi Association.
Excellent. That's terrifying.
You need to roll
the
for
good
any extra info, but
The good news is, you know they're assassins, so they're probably guilty of something.
Exactly. I don't think Merru needs to know more. I think that's just the amount that he needs to know. What would be the DC for me rolling Justicia?
I would say the DC to roll Justicia would be, because that's their willpower, DC 4.
Okay. Damn it.
Oh.
You really
Damn
might
it.
want to spend the point of, you might want to spend the point of willpower.
Yeah.
You only need one more success. Hey!
Yeah!
Okay.
About three.
Actually never been guiltier in their entire life.
Yeah, no, they're
Yeah.
really, like,
Well,
listen,
I mean,
they tried
no.
to kill
Yeah.
me. They're guilty
Yeah,
of
trying
trying
to
to kill
kill-
me, which is the greatest
Yeah.
sin
Yeah,
for the
that
person
is the
whose
greatest
entire
sin.
livelihood is
Yeah.
just about trying to survive the next day.
Because
Yeah.
Merru did nothing wrong.
I did nothing
think
wrong.
I don't think you need the Sea Association. I think just trying to kill you is
Exactly. But the fact that they're also an assassin, it's like, all right, well, all right. So
kill
now I
a lot
have
of
12.
people.
guilty too.
I have 12 dice now, and it's a
Yeah.
DC 8. Fuck my life. Okay. But like, if I spent another point of willpower,
Well, that's
like-
real. All right.
if I spent another point of willpower and just got 3 more successes, you know?
You know, it's up to you. You got this. I believe.
You know, I mean, we're going gambling after this. Maybe we can.
Yeah. Who needs willpower when we're gambling? Who needs it? Not me.
This is gambling. This is gambling right now. We're having
We're
some
gambling our
practice.
lives.
No!
Oh no.
Or maybe I didn't miss. Maybe they disappeared right as I went to go shoot them.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened. Because technically, I can't. If I'm shooting, I can't miss technically. But if they disappear at just the right moment, it's basically
Merru.
like I missed. Yes.
You know Magic Bullet should have hit them, but the bullet deflects off the sword as they vanish again right in front of you.
You know,
Well,
Merru's never seen that before, ever.
that's the funny thing about extracted ego. Sometimes it fucking sucks at what it's supposed to do.
Lazy asshole.
Merru is he is completely taken aback. I mean, he's suddenly now at almost impaired willpower. He is, I would say, scared. Still on guard, but scared because of what just happened. He relies a lot on Magic Bullet, and the fact that just his shot just got deflected kinda sank a lot of his confidence.
And it goes to their turn. Prior, you hear this again.
Goodbye.
Ooh.
Prior tries to turn to find them and shouts out loud, "Another strike!"
You can dodge this. Or at least attempt to dodge it.
I will certainly try. Because he did withdraw Life for a Daredevil, may he attempt to rouse his ego.
Yes, he may.
Alright. Alright, Prior will attempt to make his intelligence roll difficulty 4.
Come on, escalators. Gary needs a new pair of shoes.
I'm gonna use desperation. I'm very sorry. This isn't me asking for permission. It's making a statement. I cannot get hit by this. Okay,
He can't get hit. He can't get hit.
that's
He's never
correct.
gotten hit in his life.
That's
Actually.
just my athletic. So Prior turns, a flame ignites behind his head for a moment before it's snuffed, and the blade glows. His armor seems to, the ego gear seems to, for a moment, almost crumble off of him. And as he moves with supernatural swiftness, he meets the eye of the Shi and feels the eye in the center of gaze lock onto them. Even this hurts. Maybe it'll hurt slightly less. It's athletics plus dexterity plus crumbling armor empowered. Difficulty 8?
Difficulty 8.
Okay.
Willpower.
Willpower.
Oh.
Come on.
My goat.
Come on, goat. Come on,
My
goat.
goat's never washed.
Oh no! No! My goat's been washed in the tub.
Prior feels the weapon come into him with the bonus from Crumbling Armor's Life for a Daredevil. He steps back, his body shifts as fast as Crumbling Armor takes an employee's head off, but somehow, in some way, this assassin is faster. And gaze, he feels it harden reflexively like a shell, like a carapace, as the blade digs into him.
Prior, you can take 2 aggravated red damage. The Shi is looking at you. If that
Alright.
reduces it at all, thanks to your ego.
Yep. Aggravated damage is halved, so he will take 1 aggravated red.
Yep.
Still, even as gaze hardens, this is the first time in a long while Prior has been struck, and if not for gaze's hardened shell, he knows that this would break bones as he feels the impact ripple across the armor as he is blown back into the dumpster, and it dents behind him as he tries to catch his breath and coughs.
And the attack, the sword you had noticed was aiming for your arm, holding, like for a daredevil. There's a change in the Shi's stance after attacking you, and you see them get ready to make a second attack.
A second attack?
Yep.
Alright, Briar tries to bring
You
his
can give
arms
me
back
another
up.
DC 8 Dex Athletics.
Oh my god.
With the penalty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
The Shi Assassin is talking to himself, being like, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Stephen.
Okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, minus 1,
Oh.
difficulty 8. Oh, please, spending another point of willpower.
Oh.
No!
Oh.
Okay. That is gonna be a margin of 5.
All right. They are looking at you.
Yep.
So that is going to be reduced down
To 3.
to 3. So, Prior, the Shi Assassin keeps advancing on you. And this time swings the sword again with speed that even you, for as fast as you are, and as experienced as Prior is, can't keep up with. As that sword comes again, this time cleaving even close, like basically tearing into you at this part, trying to essentially cut your arm off, it looks like.
Yeah, the blows keep raining down on his shoulder, and he tries to keep his guard up, but you all hear this fleshy chunking sound as, like, striking an axe into the trunk of a tree. You hear Prior's shoulder just being absolutely shredded by blow after blow, and you swear you hear the hollow sound of bone cracking. Prior's offhand goes up, and you're not sure whether he's checking to see if his arm is still there or trying to staunch the bleeding. But holding life for a daredevil in his other hand, Prior has never looked more frail. He has never looked this close to death. But more in his eyes, there is this haunting realization that he isn't as strong as he used to be. And he is not as strong as this person in front of him.
And they vanish again.
I think Prior has to try and spot them.
We did get some healing.
May I attempt to thwart Mr. DM, sir?
You may attempt to thwart.
We did heal. I mean,
You do get your wits awareness if you want to try that. Also, you all can heal in HP, a health, thanks to Visa. Thanks
I'm
to
gonna be
Visa.
real. Okay, Prior feels that determination like a familiar warm whisper in the back of his mind. It doesn't say anything to him, but it forces him to sort of push his shoulder, and with the pain pumping adrenaline through his veins, he is just going to grasp the chain that bound itself into his offhand. The stone buried at one end of it, riding energy through it as he gestures to where it jumped out and focuses his will. Don't hide. If you're going to kill me, I'm gonna see it coming.
The assassin doesn't say anything in response, but you can see that they're still right near you. And it looks like they've focused in on you in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And Miix, it's your turn.
And we see
I will say, since Prior can see the assassin, I imagine Prior can point their position out to the rest of you.
But can we see?
You cannot
Like-
see them, but you can blindly attack at the place you think they are.
Okay.
May Prior say something?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Prior is not the leader in this moment. But he has lost a lot of blood. And so, with all the confidence of a man who truly believes everyone should listen to him, he's going to say, "Run! Run!"
See, that's what Miix was gonna say, so feeding them to the punch. Yeah, Miix, there was a thought for a moment. Miix thinks about if they could try and force the assassin's hand, but rethinking it, as they're about to scream out, Prior screams "run," and they just close their mouth. Let's see. They are going to run in this direction, and as they're running here, they're just going to try and grab the other two and say, "We need to go."
We're not leaving Prior, though.
Yeah, because the question is Prior
Yeah.
also running, or is Prior there? Because
I don't
Prior
think
look-
I would run without Prior.
Yeah, Prior looks like he's about to try and get his ass out of dodge. However, he is not in the best position at this moment.
We have to go now.
I know Kai's kind of far away from Prior. Is there something stupid he could do, or is running the only thing?
I will say, if Kai wants, Kai could try to distract the assassin or draw their attention.
I feel if he swipes at them at the very least, he'd be drawing their attention, no?
That
Even
he
if he
would.
misses?
Yes.
Yes.
So Miix, you go to run. Miix, give me a Dex Athletics to see how far you're able to get.
Well, if Kai's not moving, that's the issue.
Grab Merru,
If it looks
please.
like Kai is going to stay, then Miix kind of freezes up. Because they're a leader is the problem. If they weren't, they'd run. So I think they will change, if that's all right, Mr.
Yes,
DM.
absolutely. Miix can see what Kai's about to do, and Miix can decide to switch up their strategy.
Yeah. Miix size, and they have an idea. They don't know if it's going to work. But they can try. Okay. They are going. They are going to, instead of running, they are going to look over. There's one thing they could do.
Oh.
Okay. So the area we're in, it is a narrow alleyway. There's a bunch of dumpsters, a bunch of garbage bags. There's a bunch of all that, right?
Yes. There's lots of trash
Okay.
around. There's lots of places you can take cover. There's lots of things that you can throw or try to use to your advantage.
Okay. Okay. So there's the big thing is they need to make distraction. So bunch of garbage. If they can at least make some sort of thing, some sort of hazard. They can't just go jumping around everywhere. That would be nice. this might not work. This might not make sense. But I have a question. Are there a lot of bottles around?
There's glass bottles around. Absolutely. It's J Corp. There's probably
All
been
right.
people drinking.
Now, they're gonna try something. This is a little silly, but at the very least, if it makes it harder for them to run around, it'll make it easier for us to get away. They are going to use the Living and the Dead, the two Solemn Lament guns, and they are going to start shooting all of the glass balls around and spread as much glass shards around.
Now, I will say, do you want to hold Miix's action until you all have started running together? Because at the moment, if you start spreading the glass around, you all are still trapped over here with the assassin.
That's true.
Might be a good idea.
I think they'll hold it then.
Yeah, you can absolutely have Miix get ready to shoot all the glass to try to leave a trail.
So they will
behind
hold
the
their
managers.
turn until the end, or until they feel necessary. If Fryer can get out on his own, that'd be great, and then they'll do it. But
I'm trying. I'm trying. All right, Pryor. Pryor is locked with the Shi Assassin. They are in a stare down. It's that strange kind of feeling where where the other person knows they've beaten you, but you are a cornered animal, and they're making sure you don't lash out. That's probably the only reason the Shi hasn't finished off Pryor in this moment.
Yes.
However, his other hand is thankfully still working somehow, and as he grips and ungrips, he suddenly switches into his back pocket. There's the sound of a container opening, and Pryor is going to attempt to withdraw a gift from containment.
Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
And he is gonna roll desperation.
Imagine you're fighting
Let's
somebody and he pulls that
go!
little box. Oh my
we're
god.
so back.
Go
It's a
to
crit.
Okay. I've got. You know what? No, I'm gonna commit to it. Pryor withdraws a piece of ego gear that he has held on to for a rainy day. He doesn't know where it came from, but he hopes in this moment it might be what Merru needs. He's seen Merru do it before, and he picks a rock up from the ground, wraps what he has in his hand around it, and tosses it at Merru. Does Merru catch it?
Yes.
It is a tattered piece of Durfratius's cloak.
Oh.
And as you hold it, your ability to use your ego gifts, your occult, increases. And I will allow our most illustrious and kind GM to note if the critical success on retrieving this piece of ego gear has any further benefits other than just the +2 dice bonus to occult. I am hoping that it will allow Merru to summon his repelling circle slightly easier.
Yes, I will say, when Merru goes to summon it, any other benefits will become apparent then.
Okay, and then because Pryor is too terrified to leave, Pryor tries to circle around the assassin, keeping his guard up, so he's closer to Merru, and that is the end of Pryor's turn.
As you try to circle around, the assassin is basically, pressed up against you, like has that sword out, and looks ready to strike again at any moment. And Kai, it's your turn.
God, I wish Kai wasn't so stupid and man-brained. I think he is going to go with his, okay, Pryor's got a lot less, even if he wasn't already gravely injured, he's got a lot less health than Kai does. Kai is doing well, all things considered, and would absolutely risk his
You grab him.
yeah, for sure. I was gonna actually, could I do that? Wait, hang on, how am I?
You're strong.
You
I'm
could grab
strong.
Pryor.
You're
could
right, you're right,
absolutely
you're
try
right.
to grab Pryor and basically like carry him to safety.
If that would be a Dex and athletic roll, right?
I would say it would be a
Or-
strength athletics to.
Call it like a contested strength athletics between Kai and the Shi Assassin to like extract Pryor without Pryor getting cut to ribbons.
Yeah. Yes, that's what it would be.
Okay, the strength and athletics for me would be 4 die.
This is only a DC 4.
Or actually, wait,
That'd be 6 dice for you, wouldn't it?
oh wait, sorry, yeah, I don't know, my brain, I can't count. Yeah, sorry, bleh.
All right,
Yeah,
six
athletics.
dice against
Six
difficulty
die,
4.
I can do that. I'm goaded. It's
Is
for
it
my man.
worth using desperation?
Desperation. If it's for. Oh wait.
I believe your desperation only applies
Can I
to
only do
any
those
abnormalities.
abnormalities?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fair. That's fair.
This is a
Yeah,
human,
not humans.
not
Yeah.
an abnormality or a distortion.
All
Yeah.
right, you got this. You got this.
Oh my god, please, it's for my Pookie bear. Oh my
Yes.
god.
Oh. We're so back.
You're
We're so back.
able to grab Pryor. The moment you do, the assassin is trying to lunge out, but you're able to grab Pryor before he's cut to ribbons in front of you.
Pryor feels the claw come around his gut, and as it yanks him back and into Kai, he sees a few strands of his hair cut off of his head float down between them as the Shi Assassin is already back in a poised position again. And Pryor grasps onto Kai's shoulder, clearly wounded, blood just soaking down the side of his ego, and he says, "We can't win this fight. Get close to Merru."
If Kai can do anything else in this turn, it's just going to be running and, like, getting close to Merru, running with Merru. Hopefully he'll be motivated to run himself if all of us are getting out of there.
Yes, you are able, I will say you're able to basically stumble back with Pryor behind and near Merru. And Merru, what would you like to do on your turn?
Well, let me. Miix has to do something. At the very least, they held their turn.
Oh yes,
If that's
my assumption was once Merru does what Merru is going to do, Miix will do.
Well, we're all
what
out of the
Miix
way,
was.
so hopefully this will make it easier for Merru. Well, because Merru's turn is be the start of a new round. That's why I was like, wait.
Oh, yes, no, that is fair. That is fair. Miix, at this moment, since they are out of the Shi Assassin's way, you can put some glass in the way, and it will reduce the Shi Assassin's DCs. You can fire a round of Solemn Lament to see. I'll say it would be an attack roll against the glass.
Attack roll against the glass. We're so real. We're so back. No way this can miss. But all right, considering everybody is out of the way, right? Nobody's near the Shi Assassin. Or at least the area they were
They're
at.
still close because the assassin is advancing. But I'd say there's enough space that you're able to do so.
Yeah. But yeah, they will shoot the glass. Did you want me to roll for that then?
Yes. Yeah, make your attack roll.
Gotcha. Wahoo. I assume the glass bottles don't have any white or black resistances.
No, it's flat. It's mainly just to see, it'd be just a DC free to hit
Oh,
them
wow.
and then how much there is.
Not bad.
Wahoo. The
So
glass
the
is
round,
shot.
yes, the round hits the bottles that are in the way. Shards of glass explode and sort of block their path. I'd say with 7 successes. Just putting like a base like DC 2 to hit the bottles. The DC for them to resist moving forward past that terrain they'll have like basically like some additional a +2 impediment to things.
Wahoo.
Hell yeah.
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
Yes.
All right, and Merru, it's your turn.
Yes. So Merru recognized the situation. Now everyone is thankfully behind him, which is what he had wanted.
Oh.
And he is, like I said, he is scared, of this assassin who wants them dead, or seemingly dead. Who knows what they really want with them. And he, in almost like a last-ditch effort, he knows there's something he can do that isn't just shooting. Which is, let me. There we go. Something I have not done in a while. And so what, I got a +2. Is that what it is?
Yes.
From the gift?
Yes.
Plus
You have
2 to your
plus
dice
2.
roll.
Yep.
Okay, so that means I have 8 dice. What is the
dice.
DC?
The DC is going to be a DC, because I believe it's. I think for.
It would be the same as Justitia, I believe, unless you
Yes.
modified it in any way.
No, it would be a DC 4. I was remembering because it's been a while since you've used this.
Yes. Now, is... I always get so scared about asking about desperation, because the last time I used desperation, it was kind of bad. Is this something where that would count? Because we're still in a combat?
This would actually not be, I believe, because it's
That's
not
okay.
a physical contest.
That's okay, it's okay, it's okay. DC 4, I have 8 dice, we got this. Watch. This. We hit it.
We hit it!
So,
We hit it!
Wahoo!
would you like to describe what happens when Merru activates
Yes.
the portals?
Yes. So Merru, he does point magic bullet, but he doesn't fire magic bullet. Instead, he doesn't even say anything out loud. He kind of just in his head, just kind of he's like stealing himself because he knows that he can't die right now. They can't die right now. They just escaped something dangerous. He needs to stop this person from getting forward. And as he's thinking this, it's almost like one of Derfratius' portals begins to form behind him. It's not necessarily Derfratius himself appearing, it's more just the blue portal that kind of slowly starts to form behind him. A big, large, intimidating portal that kind of sparks blue with the sigils inside of it. As Merru points his gun, technically Justitia is still on, so his eye is from in between the cracks of his gift. You can see this trail of teal, almost like smoky teal, coming from that spot where his eye would be. As he silently lifts Magic Bullet a little higher, pointing it directly at the Shi Assassin, in a silent demand to stay away.
Merru, the Shi rushes at all of you, you notice, and is unable to move any closer to the portals that you have. The sword, as it slashes, seeming to bounce off the light. And as you're holding this position, usually you know that you have to remain stationary but you feel this shadow sort of looming over you and creeping alongside you. And thanks to that crit and a certain someone's presence, you have a feeling that you might be able to turn and run, but the portals will remain in place for a turn.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's perfect.
Oh, thank God! This is why Prior collects. Prior's like Prior sees Merru. The portals grow bigger and shadow, and Prior, runs a hand along his bloodied arm and goes, "Yeah, now that's what Merru is capable of."
Yeah, I think when Merru sees that happen, he doesn't let out a sigh of relief because he needs to, keep up his intimidating presence. But he does get that idea in his head that he can move. He normally can't, but he has this idea that he can. So he takes first a hesitant step back, sees the portal still up, and once he realizes that, he knows what's going on. He knows it's their Freyschütz. And now it's his turn to turn to the others and just yell, "Run! Get out of here!" And then he starts booking it with them if he can.
Prior doesn't hesitate.
Kai's half carrying Prior, so
Miix is just shooting as many things in general to create as much obstruction behind them.
Yes, I will say, as you're all running, you all hear... First, you all see the Shi Assassin disappear. I don't know if any of you want to bother with a wits awareness check, or if you're all just focused on booking it out of here.
I think that we are sprinting, but yes.
I was gonna say, could I still do it with awareness? I mean, because technically, I don't know if this means anything, but when Merru has Justitia activated, he has to be locked onto a target. Can he still have some kind of a sense of where they are so he can use Wits Awareness to get a better idea?
Yes, you know what? I will give you a Wits Awareness. Instead of the DC 6, it's reduced to DC 3 due to Justitia and because of the obstructions that Miix have caused.
Cool. Wits Awareness, let's go. Well, fuck my life. I guess I don't know where this guy is. Never mind, I take it back.
You are literally sprinting, so it's fine.
Yeah. Merru, you have no clue where this assassin is. You hear right next to you all, there's like a trash lid shakes and rumbles. You can hear the shattering of glass, but it sounds from all around you. You have no idea where their location actually is. And from behind all of you, do hear, as you're all running, you hear and you see that flash of blue as the portals drop. But at this point, you all make it out of that alleyway and find yourselves in front of one of the casinos.
I mean, I think once we finally get to safety, and they stop running, I think for a second, Merru stops and he doesn't even take a sigh of relief. It's like a shaky sigh of he's just a little shaky, honestly. He's taken a great hit to his willpower. He's almost impaired, so he's very not mentally great at the moment, but after a second, he stops and he turns to the more pressing issue of Prior.
Prior has one hand firmly on his shoulder, and when he removes it, his hand is a deep, almost brownish red color. The wound is deep. It probably travels a good full across his shoulder. It is seemingly not torn his arm off, but it looks hideous, and it is just gushing blood.
I am down. We need to get him patched up.
I was gonna say we don't have any healing ampules, but we really need to.
Stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Wrap him up best I can.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Prior, you hear that in your head, and even though you're all in a crowd at this point and in a lighted area, you can still feel a lingering malice.
We can't stop moving. They're still watching us. We're safe in the crowd right now. They don't want to cause a scene. We need to get into the... just bandage me up. It'll be fine. I'll make it. It's not like... If we're playing our cards right, we won't have any more fighting today.
Alright, but stop trying to act cool. We'll bandage you up as soon as we get into the casino. For now, let's just get moving then. Keep an eye out, Merru. Come on, let's go.
Would they let us into a casino with someone with a gigantic
person
cut on
whose
their arm?
arm.
Like, are they gonna let us into that? Would that not be like a, hey, you're disrupting the peace?
I mean, that's why.
No.
That's
yeah,
why
should we
Prior just
bandage
said.
him up first?
Yeah, that's the Prior
Yeah.
just said. Prior just said throw a bandage on him, and that's it. He's not looking
Yeah.
for. He doesn't need more serious treatment than that. He just needs the bleeding to be
Yeah.
covered up.
Hi, would you like to make a medicine check? And do any of you have medicine that's not prior? I don't think any of you
I-
do.
I
Oh,
do. I have a dot of
Merru does.
medicine.
Oh,
And I know
indeed.
how to wrap a bandage. I had to do that in the Backstreets.
Ooh, Rose
Mm.
patched up a boo boo.
Yeah. Prior doesn't know if he wants that. So as Merru approaches to help, there's a moment where Prior looks at Kai, and concern passes over his face, and this deep sense of unease, as Merru gets close to inspecting the nature of Prior's skin and bone.
Oh god. Is
What?
there the guy's trying to think if there's like an HR friendly way to say like, hey, I don't.
I mean, Miix did ask Merru to like keep an eye out, so could be just like
Prior does turn over his shoulder, because but there's actually a moment where he expects Kai to do it, and Kai actually sees, Prior looks down, like something rolls through the back of his head, and then he actually speaks up. And he goes, I appreciate you being willing to help Merru, but there are things about myself I would rather not start a discussion about now, and it would probably be better if Kai just patched me up.
Merru stares at Prior for a few seconds. You can't see his face, but he kind of feels a little offended. And a little awkward, and he just goes, oh, I mean, okay, if that's how it is. That's fine. And he'll walk away.
Yeah. Prior is also awkwardly looking off, and then he sort of bends down and tries as best he can to hide the wound as he allows Kai to patch him up.
And what's the DC for this? Or
DC?
3 wounds, so 3 DC?
Yep.
Okey-dokey. Oh my god, you're kidding.
But he used
It's
someone's
my
help.
man.
I mean, what?
Of course I am.
I
Need
didn't say
someone's help. I suppose I could use someone's help. It's a shame.
Shame.
There are variables at play that
statistically.
I can't talk about right now. Oh
There
my
we
god,
go.
barely.
All right. Prior is bandaged. He turns one of those ag into a superficial.
Yep.
Man.
He is still grievously wounded, but at least the bleeding has stopped. And Prior reaches into his containment bag and he pulls out a thick patch of spider webbing and sort of layers it over the bandages to almost make it look like he's wearing a shoulder pauldron.
You able to walk? Miix asks.
The injury was to my arm. Miix.
Miix sighs. It's fine. Alright. If you're well enough to be a smartass, then you're well enough to walk.
That I am. Prior awkwardly, he considers blowing right by Merru, and then he tries to inhale and exhale, and he says, "Thank you for respecting my privacy."
Whatever.
All right then.
Alright, let's keep moving. We gotta hurry. Before that, whoever it was finds us again. And Miix will begin to guide the others towards the casino proper so that they can get, hopefully, at least an area where they're not.
Yes. Do the rest of you follow Miix's lead and head into the casino?
Yeah, Prior having nothing to say to Kai after forcing Kai to lie on his behalf, and nothing to say to Merru after denying Meru's aid after he had worked so hard to repair their relationship, ruining it in a single moment. Prior decides that there's one more thing to ruin, and that's this casino as he follows behind Miix.
And you all find yourselves in here. The casino you all enter could best be described as busy. Excessively cheery sounds blare from the slot machines. The lights are bright and security guards are positioned everywhere. There's a big chandelier hanging up. There's lots of people milling about.
This is closer to what I expected this place to look like.
Little gaudy, don't you think?
Not really. This is a place this bright and this full of money isn't that unusual.
I mean, you know, where's the dance floor? Where's the... it's a little hard to dance to... Well, Prior seems to be looking for something to critique in here, but he seems to be coming up short, and he eventually just shuts his mouth, accepting that this place does look pretty nice.
Alright, well... we gotta stick together, alright? Place like this, and especially with what we just went through, we can't afford to be separated. Especially if that guy tries to attack us again. I doubt he will. But if that happens, we need to all be together.
Yes, absolutely.
Prior, Merru? Miix looks over at Prior.
Yeah, Prior is silent and deep in thought, and as he shakes himself, he goes, following your orders. And he keeps just kind of repeating that, and you get the distinctive sense that it's hard to tell if he's not paying attention to what you're saying and just kind of mumbling what he thinks should be said, or if like legitimately he just doesn't know what to do when he's not the one barking orders.
Miix kind of groans and then says, "It's fine, alright. Okay. Alright, let's stick together. Start with cards. Go from there. Slot machines are a no-go. We can't really manipulate those." Find the card tables then.
Right. I'll have to observe the table for a little bit before I play. I'll have to get a sense for what's already happened before I jump in. Let's try and find one where the dealer has shifted out recently. Shift change. That would give me the best look at that information. And Pryor just begins mumbling to himself, and you can tell he's drinking in everything. He's sort of, his eyes are like camera lenses as he sort of shifts left and right and seems to be taking in as much detail and as much precision as he can.
Gotcha. Okay. That'll be good. Merru, Kai, you guys just follow. Anybody... if anybody looks at us funny, you just let us know. Cards should probably be that way. And Miix kind of like thinks to himself and says, "Okay, all right, let's go. Stay together. Like I said, don't wander off. I mean it." Especially because we can't afford. And Miix kind of looks over at Pryor and says, "One of our own is already pretty badly injured."
I've survived way worse.
Yeah, well. Let's hope we keep it that way. And yeah, Mr. DM, sir.
Yes.
I think it's time for us to look around and find some card tables.
Yep.
Hopefully a
you're
place that has had a new dealer.
all able to look around. Do you want to give me Pryor or Miix, I'd presume, a wits streetwise to try to see if there's any, or an int streetwise to try to see if there's any tables that look like they might have someone that just rotated out?
That is a great question.
Yes, that's not Pryor's best pool.
That is not Miix's either. Miix does not have any of that. Well,
You can still give it an attempt.
What's your dice pool?
Miix has neither streetwise nor awareness.
You could try and talk up the gamblers, because gamblers are a superstitious lot. They might be talking about which tables are hot and which tables just went cold, i.e., which ones have had some time to cool off, which would imply that a switch just happened.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe instead of wit streetwise, if you want to do a...
Miix would like to do
Charisma.
a charisma persuasion.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Yeah, because Miix is basically trying to talk to some of the fellow high rollers. Be like, hey, like, what's going on? Hey, help a fellow gambler out, Or even just like through osmosis, just like talk to some gamblers, chat them up, maybe they'll spill it out without Miix having to ask. What would be the difficulty?
I'll say it would be a DC 3.
Gotcha. Is Pryor helping?
Pryor can help with a persuasion roll, absolutely. Pryor will hang over Miix's shoulder, as big and tall as he is, and sort of he looks unusual. He might draw people in, which gives Miix a chance to talk to them.
Yeah. So Miix will roll. And Miix is quite charismatic,
Ooh.
especially when they need to be. So, approaching them, it's like, they're sort of saying things like, "Oh my gosh, like, wow, you," sort of like admiring, like, sort of their abilities at cards, and like, "I just saw you at that last table. That was amazing. How'd you do that?" Sort of like talking them up, charming people as best they can. Like, yeah, I've just really, I'm impressed. I haven't seen that many people bluff their way through a hand like that before. And just giving them smiles, politeness, sort of the things that they've learned at the parties of the high class back at their home, really turning that charm factor on. And yeah.
Miix,
They crit.
you're able to find a table that they had just changed out at. It's also, I'll say, it's not in a very, like, it's towards a more private area, and in a way that's like more in one of the back corners, so you'd all basically be able to see if there's anyone approaching the table and to be on your guard. And with the crit, I will say that on his first roll, Prior can add a +2.
Wahoo!
Wahoo! All right, let's go.
Can Kai just like tap on Prior's shoulder while everyone's making their way to the tables?
Yes. Go for it.
Kai will, try to be subtle about it and just like quietly tap Prior the back, and I'll go, hey, Prior?
Prior turns over his shoulder, his 2 eyes blinking.
Sorry about earlier, but I think I need a minute to just cool off a little bit. Could you cover for me? And honestly, I don't even know if Kai really waits for much of a response before wandering off.
Yeah, as Kai begins to slip out, Prior again opens his mouth, and words are caught on his tongue, and as he realizes Kai isn't going to give him time to think, he just nods as Kai vanishes. And as Kai goes, he just says to himself, "Oh, well, this day wasn't going poorly enough, I supposed."
Merru was told to keep watch. He was keeping watch and saw that happen. Very, very confused. Because didn't we just say we were not... But then Kai just left, and Prior led him? And he and then he remembers again the conversation he had with Kai. There were some very concerning things Kai had said in that conversation. And the fact that they just saw that Lilith lady, and Kai got really shaken up. Merru is suddenly very concerned. And he's already stressed from that assassin. And he's like, in his head, he's like, I cannot let Kai go off alone right now. And without asking for permission, he just starts to follow after Kai if he can.
Obviously, Mr. DM, I think that's somewhat up to you, but I don't think that Kai wants to be followed right now.
I'll say, Kai, Merru, you're perceptive, but Kai knows this sort of area. As you start to wander off too, I imagine at this point, Miix, you were talking to people and you can see Merru starting to wander off.
Miix sees that and immediately walks over and grabs Merru's arm and says, "What are you doing?"
What do you mean, what am I doing?
I
You
said
realize
don't
that Kai's...
leave.
Okay, don't leave. Why didn't you stop Kai? Where's Kai?
Wait, what? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah. What do you think I'm doing? You think I'm just walking around? Maybe I could have caught up to him if he didn't stop me.
Okay, well, maybe you should fucking listen for once in your life.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to get Kai.
Oh my god. No, we can't. Priors.
Listen, Miix. You know, I don't know why you
Listen
suddenly think...
listen that. Okay, why don't you fucking listen for once in your life?
No, I'm not
all right?
listening.
Why don't you
You're not
shut
my
up?
leader.
You shut up and stay where you're supposed to be. And stop acting like a child.
A child, okay. Merru, he actually laughs at that, not with actual mirth or anything. And he goes, listen, Miix, you are not in charge of me. I said, I'm looking for Kai. Now let go of me. Manager
Everything
Miix.
you do on your own goes so well.
Today's gone pretty well, hasn't it?
Yeah, no thanks to you.
Oh, yes, thanks to me.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Portal. Yeah. Let me go. I'm leaving. I'm getting Kai. And then I'll come back.
Just stop. Could you just stay and...
And Merru will attempt to yank his arm out of Miix's grip.
Yeah. Well, I think Merru succeeds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I won't even ask for a check for that. Merru's stronger than Miix is. Merru's able to yank his arm out of Miix's hand.
Yeah. And without another word, because there's nothing else Merru really cares to say, he will turn around and now try to find Kai. He had an eye on Kai, and now he's turned around and now Kai's gone. But he's still gonna go look for him, and he goes off.
God damn it.
Prior puts his arm on Miix's shoulder and goes, remember what I said about failure?
Let's just get to the table.
Follow your orders. And Prior shrugs his shoulders and walks over towards the table.
Miix just sort of like rubs the bridge of their nose and sighs. They probably said more than they really meant to. In fact, they know they did. But they figure they'll just talk with Merru later. And we'll go back with Kai.
The two of you make your way over to the table that Miix found. And they're playing blackjack here.
Finally.
Prior, would you like to sit down at the table and
Prior
join?
absolutely will. Oh, well, first off, he goes and exchanges his on for chips. And then sits down and he's up.
All right. Would you like to make me that int plus academics roll, and you can add your perfect memory if you so like, and a +2 from Miix being able to find out this table.
Absolutely. And I am going to throw on desperation because I am an entrepreneurial. Making money is kind of part of what Prior does. You don't see it often. Prior is often loud, he's often boisterous, he's wielding a sword, he's barking orders, but beneath it there is an architect who wants to build, who wants to make something. And let's just see how skilled he is. What is my base DC?
Your base DC is going to be, so it depends how many rounds and how much Prior is betting. I'd say to begin, we'll start with a base DC of 3.
Works fine for me. He sits down, he's agreeable to everyone, and he knows that blackjack is, unlike every other game in a casino, a game that you can tilt the odds in your favor. At least the only one that you can do where you're playing against the house and not your fellow players.
Well,
All right.
You know what? Do I want to push it? Do I want to push it? Do I want to start off real strong? I think I do. All right, 7 successes. That is a margin of 4.
All right. How many chips does Prior put in to start? Like the equivalent of, you can use USD and I'll translate it to on.
Absolutely. Thank you. As a Canadian, I really appreciate.
Oh my god! I'm so sorry. I forgot. You can use Canadian. You can use.
No, I'm not going to make
dollars.
you convert Canadian to on. Prior.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I can do, or you can just do it in on if you'd like.
Prior is.
I feel so awful. I'm so sorry.
Prior is intensely careful. He knows how this works. Part of his hedonism back in his old life was a love of the thrill and the risk of chance, which also meant sometimes knowing how to hedge your bets. He is very, very careful. He starts out with small sums, and only occasionally when, even if he knows that there's a good row coming up, if his cards don't look good, he doesn't commit to it. He takes a few losses, calculated at the start, and every time he wins big, and every time he loses small. But he varies up the pattern enough that he hopes that it just looks like he's taking a run. And he tries his best to, as much as he doesn't want to, stop every now and again and buy a drink with some of his winnings, or, get around for the table feeling like he's a man on a hot streak, but he's clearly counting the numbers behind his head, and he is also tactically letting other people take a turn when the deck reshuffles, and he can wait to see what the totals are.
All right.
And I would say at first he makes a tidy but careful sum. If you would like, I would be happy to roll again as Prior gets more confident.
Yes, please do. Please roll again.
I assume I don't get Miix's bonus for this one.
No, you don't get the mixed bonus for this one.
Right, that's totally fine. Slightly higher DC because he's taking a slightly higher risk.
Yep, I would say we'll bump it up to DC 4 this time.
All right. Prior, having won the row the first time around, you know what, before Prior makes this roll, could he make a leadership roll to sort of play to the crowd? A gambler on a hot streak. He turns, and as he wins, he sort of gestures and says, he actually does what you shouldn't do, which is exactly why he knows it won't be suspicious. He invites people over, he buys people drinks, he gets people excited. He begins to not necessarily tell tall tales, but I haven't been in J Corp in forever. It's about time that I took pride in my return from retirement. Everyone gather around, watch a man bet it all, and go home with more than he came with.
There are whispers, there are interested people, and you can give me that charisma leadership roll.
Absolutely.
Then this will give you a bonus on your next academics intelligence roll to play cards.
Would you call this inspirational?
I would.
You know what? Actually, no. I won't give. You know what? I will actually, because I won't give it to myself on this one, because you know what? He's not trying to. Actually, no. He's trying to encourage the crowd to spend money. That's what he's doing. He's trying to obfuscate what he's doing. He wants everyone to be betting big and making money, so the casino's not focused on him.
Ooh.
5 successes.
All right. Yeah. No. With that, I absolutely. You're able to basically obfuscate the focus. You got a crowd going. They're looking at more than just you. I mean, you originally drew in the initial crowd, but now that people are being encouraged to bet big, you're not the only person just because of your winnings that's being focused on. And I'll say with a 5 success, you can add a +1 to this.
I will
next
gladly
roll.
take it. All right.
Let's go. Another 7 successes.
No.
Oh,
8 successes.
8 successes.
My goat. At least someone here is trying to do what are we playing.
Prior is beginning to get more. He looks like he's getting more bold, but he is timing it as the deck shuffles down between people. He's even getting so bold as to order other people at the table drinks, knowing when cards are going to come up so that they go to him and not to them. He has memorized the shuffle pattern of this deck, and he's also noticed a weakness in the shuffler they're using here. That's the problem with automatic shufflers, you see. They're not actually perfectly random. Gears and mechanics, they all have their own unique way they shuffle, and if you can study it, you can figure it out. May I attempt to make one more roll at difficulty 5?
Yes, I will say if you're trying to figure out the shuffler, I'll give you another bonus if you want to make an inch craft roll.
You better bet I am. Difficulty?
Difficulty 2, and it'll be a similar thing where the higher you just need to surpass that, and the higher you get, the more bonus will be added on.
We're throwing desperation on it, baby. Prior's in his element.
All right, that's going to be unless you're willpowering that's going to be a +1 bonus.
I am. I feeling lucky. That's a crit.
Oh my god. You know what? +3 bonus with a crit.
Prior has the shuffler on lock. Now, this is perfect. He doesn't even look like he's counting cards. It would be impossible for him to count cards. The shuffler just reshuffled the deck. If he wins here, there's no way he could know the order of the deck. There's absolutely zero way, except he does, because as he sees those cards come into the shuffler, as they come out, the smallest, tiniest imperfections, he rebuilds the deck in his mind. Considering all the details over the years, he managed to keep locked inside that iron skull of his. Remembering the order of a deck of cards is nothing.
And would you like to make that final roll at DC 5?
As he's making this final roll, he's undone his necktie and unbuttoned a few of the top buttons of his shirt. He's loving this. He's playing to the crowd. He's not slipping into any old habits, but there's something about the crowd, the attention, that it plays to some part of him, and there's a few tattoos, faded as they are, sticking out of the corner of his chest as he gestures to the crowd and yells, "Hit me! Hit me! Hit me!"
And they do make that roll.
Willpower?
Would you like to?
5 successes. Prior plays it clean. Bam, 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 bam. As it locks in, he is ready. And he catches it close. He seems like he's gonna lose big. A hit into a hit into a hit. 20. The dealer asks if he wants to pass. It would be stupid not to. He yells, "Hit me." Ace off the top. 21. The crowd, he turns to the crowd and gives a big performative bow and kisses the air and says, "Thank you, J Corp."
They're all cheering. They're all cheering. They're all so incredibly excited. You can see a couple of them are disappointed, as if they thought for sure that there was no way. At this point, you've drawn a crowd. You've drawn perhaps too much of a crowd almost. as someone approaches you.
Yeah. Pryor does turn to Miix with his winnings. He hasn't even had a chance to count them yet. He is putting them all into a pocket of his containment unit that he carries everything in. Careful to separate them away from the ego gifts he carries. And as he turns to Miix to sort of consider what their next move should be, he turns and sees someone approaching him. Nothing there doesn't cry, so he turns with a smile on his face, even with his wary eyes.
They grin at you and say, "You've been doing pretty well here. Why don't you come join us over at the high stakes table upstairs?" And kind of point toward the stairs, which you see is barred by security.
Pryor smiles bright and widely and says, "You know what? I was just wrapping up with blackjack. You guys play poker up there?"
We do.
Well,
Miix walks over.
yeah, he turns to the
Nods.
crowd and says, "I'm sorry to cut tonight's performance short, but please, drink for me, all right? I'll be back down with all my winnings later."
There are cheers as some of the crowd raise their drinks in the air, and you can see definitely quite a few people in this crowd are drunk.
Yeah.
Are very drunk.
Pryor turns to Miix and goes, "Okay, I should be good. I don't think you can follow me up there. That's gonna look really suspicious.
What? Pryor.
Look, I'm making us the on, alright? I can make good money up there, okay? Everyone up there, I used to be invited to rooms like that. High rollers who don't know how to play the game, one or two people who actually knows how to clean up the room. If you can figure out who's cleaning up the room, you just play off them, you can collect a tidy sum and make it out. I'll be fine. I'm not gonna lose our winnings. I'm gonna keep half of it in the bank either way. You need to go. I can't tell you what to do. You're in charge. But I think I have to go. What's the call, boss?"
Miix thinking between whether or not they sigh. Okay, fine. Oh, fuck. I'll go look for the others. You do what you need to do.
Pryor nods his head. And he is going to head up to he's gonna head over to the man, clasp his hands together, rub them, and say, "All right, let's go meet the people who are the bigger fish in the bigger pond, eh?"
Let's. And the man will lead you forward, kind of waving to the security as they go, who let you go without issue as you head up the stairs and into the upper floor. And Miix, as Pryor goes off up there, you are left alone.
Miix stares as Pryor leaves and sighs. This is their first day as a leader has had mixed results, to say the least. But they can still salvage this. So they turn around and start looking around, seeing if they can find either Kai or Merru.
And Miix, as you go looking for them, we cut to one of the other tables. Merru, you've been searching for Kai.
Yes, I have.
And as you're looking around, you see this large wheel being spun by a crowd of people.
Yes. Now, Merru should just keep walking. It doesn't matter. The stupid wheel doesn't matter. He needs to find Kai. But It is a large, shiny wheel. It's a little interesting. I mean, Merru's never been in a casino or anything like this before, and he's feeling a lot of emotions right now. And maybe he just needs to take a breath. He already can't find Kai, so maybe if he stays put for a second, collects himself, then he can keep looking for Kai. So against maybe his normal better judgment, he does walk over to it to just see. Just curious, just slight curiosity. And as he gets closer, more to himself, he kind of just murmurs, a roulette wheel, huh? Never seen a real one in person before.
As you're looking it over, you feel a presence behind you. A very familiar one you felt back out there on the street. And it's as if something is leaning over your shoulder to speak directly into your ear. Bet on 7.
Merru's eyes widen behind Justicia, and he kind of glances back, and just goes quietly, so no one else can really hear him. Hopefully, he goes, "Freyshitz, what are you? Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not doing that."
Roulette's spin is already determined. Heed my calling or continue to fail your mission. The choice is yours.
I highly doubt that that's how this works, dumbass. It's not like this is anything like that ugly baby's roulette. But... And then Merru, he sighs and he goes, "Fine. I'll bet once, if just to prove you wrong." And he doesn't really know what to do. He's never bet anything before, but he thinks it's, the person in charge of the spinning. He goes up to them and goes, "I'd like to purchase some chips." And he holds out his card that, he got at L Corp that has his money on it.
The dealer takes the card and looks to you and says, "How much?" Merru, go all in. It will not disappoint. You hear that voice again whispering in your ear.
Merru, once again, turns his head slightly and goes, "Are you kidding? I am not betting all of my on. I have my salary pay on here. It's like 15 million on this thing, and
15 million odds worth of chips? If you say so, and the dealer swipes your card as soon as you say that.
Merru, he doesn't know how to react. He just goes, what? Wait, what? No, I wasn't saying that. Give that back."
The dealer gives your card back, but ignores you, having already swiped it, and just goes, "Let the wheel spin," and gives it a spin around.
Merru, he is shocked for a second, and then after he recovers from that shock of having all of his money turned into gambling chips, he has nothing else he can do besides turn to Der Freyschütz again and go, for the record, I'm not doing this because you're telling me to. I'm doing this because my money is pretty much all lost anyway now. So at least I can win and I told you so when the wheel lands on. And he continues to watch the wheel spin and slow down. And he goes, "Something else."
It slows, and you watch as it ticks and ticks and lands on number 7, just as Der Freyschütz said.
Merru's just staring silently.
The abnormalities is silent among the sounds of the shocked crowd, but for a moment you feel his presence momentarily grow stronger.
Don't act smug, you asshole. That was a crazy fluke and you know it.
There is a cheer, and at that moment, there's a security officer that approaches you and holds out their hand and says, "May I see your ID for verification purposes?"
Huh? What do you? And Merru realizes that how that all looked, it looked very suspicious, and he knows that if he says anything against the security officer, it will look even worse. So he just sighs and goes, "Ugh. Fine."
Right this way, sir. And you don't feel Derfratius there anymore, but you feel like he's laughing at you.
Merru, he doesn't think Derfratius can actually hear in his head, but he does do a little like, "Ah, fuck you," kind of a sneer in his head as he follows the officer.
And I think this is where we're going to take an intermission as the managers have split up, but Pryor and Merru have both gotten some big winnings. And when we return, we'll see their total unearned, and we'll see what the rest of them all get up to. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you all in 15 minutes, and I'm very, very excited for what we have planned for the rest of this session. Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking around through the break, and I'm very excited to get right back into it. So, where we left off, the group all has to raise money in order to bail the robotics expert out of their debt they've fallen into. And currently, our total is, for 15 billion that we need, we've so far raised 575 million.
You know, I'm proud of us. I'm very proud of us. But wow, that's a big number.
So, managers, we'll start with Pryor. Pryor, you've been invited to the high-risk, high-roller table on the second floor. And as you walk in there, you see the tables, the cards that they're all playing. You have a view of the lower area from up here. You can see the crowds below. But I imagine right now Pryor's most focused on what's in front of him.
Yep. Yes. Oh man. Pryor is furiously digging through his containment belt with one hand. He's trying to think of any gift he's acquired from the facility that might be able to grant him an edge here. Unfortunately, while it feels like a gamble to work with many abnormalities, very rarely are they actually a gamble. It's difficult to think about what gift what gift would be the best for him to work with. But instead, though, he is going to attempt to roll for it, if I may.
Yes, go for it.
All right. Pryor thinks he knows what he's pulling out. He sees if he has a chunk of aquamarine that he can slip around his wrist. The gift of Fairy Festival. Even if it's only a chunk, he knows that those who have been blessed are find themselves just a little luckier, and they work a little faster. Both are things Pryor thinks he will need.
All right, absolutely. You can make
So
that
I will
roll.
make that roll. Come on, dice. You've been good to me so far. It's fine. It's fine. When has Prior's luck ever run out? Not today.
Yeah.
You're able to obtain the gift from containment.
He slips the chunk over his wrist, and as he does, he feels the soft glow, the thrumming of his own heart in his chest, as unusual as the beat always is. And he knows that, while it would be cheating to be caught using anything that increases his luck, well, what are the chances here that anyone would even clearly say this increases his luck? And more than that, who even knows what a suit of ego does? Prior is confident. And as he strolls across it, he drops his shoulder, straightens his back, fixes his posture forward, and he's gonna clean some rich people out of their pockets.
Prior, as you're headed toward the table, you notice the people at these tables aren't the sort of usual rich people you'd expect to see. You recognize lower level syndicate. Not any of the fingers thus far. Not even any of their subsidiaries necessarily. But I imagine with his past and what he knows of the street, you see that the people at these tables are from the syndicate, and it's pretty clear that they recognize you, even if you might not know who they are. As at this point, a lot of the gazes have turned on you.
Prior keeps his pace even, but as he sees their eyes upon him, oh boy, all right, cool. As he sees their eyes upon him, he straightens himself as best as he can. They don't know him. He should blend right in. He looks left, looks right. He knows he should be keeping a low profile, so he tries his best not to meet anyone's gaze specifically. Just head for his table and try not to let anyone stop him in his tracks.
As you're headed to the table, you remember the fact too, it looks like quite a few of their eyes are drawn to those tattoos, faded as they are, from where you'd previously unbuttoned part of your collar.
Yeah, Prior realizes trying to cover it up now would be more suspicious than anything, so instead he runs a hand through his hair, rolls up his sleeves just a little bit, exposing marks still faded along his arms, that start at his wrist and travel up. He tries to keep his skin mostly covered, but, well, if you've got it, flaunt it. They don't recognize him. He's dime a dozen. They don't recognize him.
You join the table that you've been headed to.
He tries to sit down, still repeating to himself that none of them recognize him. And he looks around the table, hoping not to see anything flash in any of their eyes.
The faces of those at the table, there's recognition there.
Yeah.
You sense a hostility here.
Prior sits down at the table, looks left, looks right, looks at the dealer. He doesn't smile. He stands up and he just says, "You know what? I'm just going to, Pryor looks, and as the silence lingers for a moment, he feels something churn in his gut, and finally says, "I actually have some business I need to quickly take care of before we begin. Save my seat." And he's going to turn and try and walk right back the way he came.
He starts walking. You feel someone basically you hear someone getting up from their seat, and you can just feel this presence, and there's a voice and it says, "I thought you were dead, but you haven't changed a bit."
Pryor's shoulders slowly drop down. He licks the inside of his teeth. "You trying to get your name in ink? Or are we just gonna walk away from this?" Pryor does turn over his shoulder.
Yep, one of the syndicate members is looking at you, and hearing that he's shorter than you, but still looks you up and down, and says, "A big brother here. You can speak as nicely as you want, but we can hear the song in your heart."
Trust me, friend. I promise you that you cannot hear it as loudly as I can. You can put away the weapon.
At this point, the rest of them have started to rise from their seats.
Okay.
And you see that they aren't the only ones here at this table. The other tables now have also started to get up, as it seems like all of them are catching wind of what's happening.
Pryor looks. Okay. Pryor turns, and it's very clear he's balled his fist up like he was gonna try and make an example. And when he turns around, there's like another 5 of them.
Yeah.
And he inhales like his entire breath into his lungs, his eyes glancing between all of them.
Yep. You hear.
Fellas.
There.
Oh no. As
They look
nothing air plays, Pryor just tries to smile and goes, "Listen, if this is because I didn't let you guys play in my club, it really wasn't anything personal. I just didn't think you guys matched the decor, you know?"
This isn't about that, though that was a slight. But this is because we can tell. We know what sort of song you sing.
Right. Well, guess there's no chance in changing your tune. Get it? Prior draws life from a daredevil in one swift move and says, "Come at me then."
And
as he makes this single fluid gesture, there's a wince and blood begins to drip down his shoulder as he is still severely wounded.
yes. They all seem to notice that, and they rush at you. And would you like to roll me initiative?
I'll try my best.
All right. So, let me just grab this here for everyone. They go first.
I will say, because do they have
Yeah.
a higher dex than Prior, or does Prior act for the blues?
You know what, Prior? I'll let you act first.
Oh,
You knew what was coming. I'll allow Prior to act first.
I mean, say I think he would act higher than the blues, but under the browns.
Yes, no, that works. That absolutely works. So, these ones will act first.
Yeah. Gotta be fair. All right. Prior plants his feet, dips back. He feels himself hit a table, turns, apologizes politely, and as they come at him, he swings the blade around in his offhand and gets ready to deflect.
All right. Can you make me a DC 4 Dex plus performance?
Oh no!
As they run at you with their blades, almost as if they're in a dance.
Prior goes to deflect with raw, unmitigated dexterity, and as he comes near them, he is thrown wildly off rhythm as it feels like he's being pulled into a dance. Oh god, Prior can't dance! Could Wingbeat give him the bonus?
Wingbeat will give you a +2 to your performance.
Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, this is fine. Alright. Oh, difficulty 4. Hey!
All right.
Oh.
You evade the first one's blades as the second one comes in, and you can give me another DC 4 Dex performance.
Hey. Yeah, the first one comes in, and as they swim with their blade, Prior feels his heart skip a beat, right in tune with the rhythm. He brings his blade up, blocks one, swings it around, and basically spins right behind him, back to back with this man who has just attacked him as the second one comes in, and he tries to limbo low under the blow. And I will take that with the penalty.
Please do.
Oh god. Willpower. Oh, this would impair Prior, but I think it's worth it. Alright, well, lost my margin of 2.
Prior, you don't actually, when they hit you, you don't feel yourself take any damage. Their blades bouncing off your ego. However, you feel yourself inflicted with this sort of dread almost as you take a stack of sinking.
Oh god,
And
no!
don't worry about what that does. And the third one comes in. Same
Right.
DC 4 Dex performance.
Alright. Yep. The second blow comes in. Prior, slightly more aware of it, brings his arms up, and the blades hit his ego gear. And for once, Prior remembers, ego is something. These blades that would rip through a normal person's skin are purely deflected. The sheer difference between the power of Schadenfreude and these grunts is night and day, but he also feels something reverberate through the blades, doesn't he?
That he does. Fire has 2 thinking on him at the moment.
Okay.
And it's his turn.
Prior catches his feet beneath him and coughs. Looking at the grunts, he notes the ones that are about to go and that needs to be his focus. You know what? Prior, honestly, with nothing else to do, is going to, as the 3 surround him, he dances out, gets low, and as he runs down the aisle, he is going to attempt to swipe across this first member of the syndicate as he brings his blade down and across its chest, hoping to at least even the numbers slightly. What's the difficulty to hit these guys?
To hit them, it's only a DC 3 to hit them.
Okay. Only. Oh! Okay! Prior... Prior spins around, wields Life for the Daredevil in his offhand, and as he plants his feet, he says, "I'm more into club music!" And with a shattering sound of steel, or at least material that sounds like steel, he brings it right across the first Syndicate member's chest. A light blow. Thankfully, Prior is an expert at wielding Life for a Daredevil, and he's learned his lesson. He doesn't aim to kill.
You down that first member, and with a crit, I'll even allow you to hit a second one. I'll let you know now you'd be able to down 2 in a single blow.
Oh, absolutely.
With successes.
Yeah, Prior plants his feet, and as he brings Life for a Daredevil, there's a moment where he almost seems to flicker, and he appears behind both of them. And as he wields the blade in his dominant hand, the 2 of them feel this rupturing sensation, as you could almost say that they lose beat to the music and collapse, heaving as their bodies and minds are momentarily disconnected by just being grazed by the power of the pail.
And the rest of them see the 2 drop and redouble their efforts. As this last blue one here also comes at you with another DC 4 Dex performance.
Prior actually is kind of feeling like he's getting into it, mostly because the confidence sets in that they haven't managed to hurt him yet. But he also is smart enough to know that overconfidence is a killer, and he tries still his best to dodge. Thankfully, no penalty for this one because he's first round. Another level of sinking.
Yep. Prior has free thinking on him. And we go back up to the top of the turn. These 3 turn to you, and one of them points at you and goes, "You lack passion and motivation." And make me a DC 6 Dex Athletics.
Okay. Please? Do I want to take a point of aggravated willpower damage? Yeah, Brian will take a point of willpower damage. He pushes himself past his limits, and he feels gaze begin to grow bigger on his chest and curl up the side of his cheeks. He's still in control. He just needs to be careful. Okay.
You're able to evade, and the next one immediately comes in. And you can make that same DC 6.
Oh god.
Dex Athletics.
Okay. All right, with a fatigue penalty.
Yep.
Yep. Margin of 4 loss.
Go.
Do I feel this attack is targeting my body, correct?
It is targeting your body.
But I have a sense it's not. You know what? I'll let it happen. I'll let it ride. Probably not going to risk corroding here.
Prior, you feel that they are about to do physical damage to you as you see them come in, and you take 6 superficial red damage.
Okay. Half to 3.
Yep, they are looking at you.
All right. Prior is now physically impaired.
Before, those weapons weren't hurting you physically, but now you feel them dig in. And please say what you were about to.
No, yeah. Prior realizes that it took them a while to build up their strength. Now he knows he has to finish this fight quickly if he's going to finish it at all. The bandages on his shoulder have been ripped clean off. The ego gear that he laid upon it, the only thing still sticking his arm to his shoulder, basically, as the blood is just gushing down his side. Still, though, Prior keeps his cool. Instead of before, where he had the panicked fear of death, there is the calm focus of a man who understands where he is and what he must do. He has lost control of himself once. He will not do so again.
But Prior, as their blades hit against you, you feel something creep into your mind. You can take free superficial white damage.
Okay! Oh,
Remember, you have one sin.
Yep, alright. Yes,
But you feel that control slipping.
glad I didn't spend that willpower. Prior takes 2 points of willpower damage, and he feels though the thorns on his head fight back the corrosion that tries to spread across his skin, the eyes grow slightly more across his face.
And the third one acts.
Oh god, there's 3 of them.
Yep, there's a third one. Seeing the state you're in, comes at you and says, "It is a twisted song that you sing." And you can make another DC 4 Dex performance. Adding your Fairy Festival gift.
With the -2 fatigue penalty. Oh wait, and a -2 penalty because I'm impaired.
Yep.
It's fine. It's fine. I roll 1 success, the maximum I can roll.
You take a stack of thinking. All of them were cleared before, so you're back to +1 thinking.
Joy.
And it's your turn.
Prior realizes the situation is bad. However, he turns. There's no running. Not from this fight. He's surrounded. It's all he can do to plant his foot, grit his teeth, and swing. Bringing his blade, again, in an attempt to cleave them across. Oh boy. All right, it's fine. We've got this. You know what, actually? Things are bad. Yeah, no, I think it's the same either way. Yeah, I'm just Dex melee.
All right.
Difficulty 3 to hit.
Yep, only a DC free to hit him.
All right. Do I crit fish? I don't know. It could literally be the difference between me corroding or not.
Do you want to risk it?
I think I do. I think I need to. If I don't clear 2 of them now, I'm so screwed. 9 crit!
Oh my gosh.
Pryor feels his mind begin to churn. He feels the corrosion begin to take him. But where before there was panic and begging, he plants his feet and says, I still have a duty. You won't break my promise. You'll crumble first! And as he does, brilliant beams of pale light as Pryor wields life for a daredevil like it's a glow stick, swinging in beat with the music as he goes on an absolute cascade around him.
And you're able to drop another 2 of them. Which ones are you aiming? Any in particular, or?
The blue and the two closest to him.
All right. There's 2
yet again.
still standing.
Yet again, they fall to the ground, losing beat with the music, and as he turns, he drives Life for the Daredevil into a ground for a moment as he points at them and says, last chance to back out. You won't die, but I promise you, this isn't a pleasant feeling.
They both grip their weapons tighter and say, we must keep on the performance.
And never say the middle didn't make good on its word.
And you can give me another DC 4 Dex performance.
Oh, god damn it. Alright. I'm going to just no benefit or modifiers because they cancel each other out. Wait, oh! Pryor feels it now. He's been reminded of his purpose, his promise. He is not sitting alone on the ground here. There is a duty. There is honor. There is a reason he drags himself out of bed every morning, even though he wants to lay there and rot. He told someone he would do something, and he's going to do it. He feels his heart begin to beat abnormally, like he's reached into his chest and gripped it as he forces it in tune with the music. His foot begins to tap, his eyes begin to blink, and he feels it pass over him as he counts in his head 1, 2, 3, 4, and dodges the blows perfectly. With his perfect memory, he's memorized the melody.
As this one swings around towards you, there is actually a glint. The first glint of respect in their eyes. And he goes... He doesn't necessarily say anything, but he kind of just grins at that and says, I see you started to find your tune, but still goes to attack you, and you can make me another DC 4 Dex performance.
Absolutely. All right. As he takes the blow, he feels it ripple through his armor and said, you set a really strong tempo. But I believe it's back to Pryor.
That it is.
He swings Life for a Daredevil around, holds a finger up to the man who just said something, and goes, one moment, as he turns, plants his foot, and attempts to drive Life for a Daredevil across the other one.
All right. Make that roll. DC free.
Oh! Pryor has to take it. He has like nothing else. Oh god. He swings and swings wide as they step right out of the way of his blow. However, he swings his blade over his head and brings it to deflect the other one. Even as he's on the bridge of death, Pryor is smiling. This is the most fun he's had in a while. You know, if you guys weren't trying to kill me, I'd actually really, really be having a good time right now.
They seem to honestly grin at that, especially given there's the bodies of their comrades around them. But they notice that you haven't killed them.
Pryor's foot taps as he gestures to the one in front of him and says, "Your go, sir."
That it is. And he rushes forward with another DC4 dex performance you can make.
Sinking 3.
Yep. And this one here comes in, and you can give me that DC 6 Dex Athletics.
Come on. I have to willpower, or else Pryor's done. It all comes down to this. Tragedy. I believe that is going to be 3 willpower.
Yep.
All right, that's Pryor out. I think that's Pryor out.
Yeah.
As he tries to fight off the a 6-on-1 battle. Oh.
Pryor, you start to fall. And then you feel that familiar warmth and voice. And you're still hanging on to that last bit of health.
Yeah, Pryor feels everything slow down for a moment. The blow lands through his armor, and he falls to one knee. He feels his heartbeat slow. And as it does, he grips the blade with both hands, and he blocks out their song. There's a different one inside of him. It's an ugly one, but it's one he's controlled before. He focuses on it. The sound of flesh churning. And as he opens his eyes, he strikes, not with the dancing grace that he did before, but with the cold brutality, but controlled precision that Pryor demands of himself. This is a weird one. May Pryor make a composure melee?
He may.
Under the streaming lights, the sounds, Pryor forces his body to act. He rises, and he hears bone churning and deafens that sound till he just hears flesh cracking, a scream in the back of his head. A chorus begins to sound, and he turns to the other member of Los. No, as he turns to the other pile of meat before him. His eyes are unfocused, but he is in control. Do they try and strike him?
They do.
He feels the sound, the vibration of their skin and bones moving, and tries his best to respond. May I make a composure performance to oppose this.
You may.
It swings, and Pryor is deafened by the sound of their blades being pushed out of the way. He steps forward across him and with a whispered word simply says, "My song never ends," and attempts to slice carefully, precisely, never too deep, never enough to kill, enough to control, enough to break. Pryor steps through them, and as he brings Life for a Daredevil back to its sheath, like his ears pop, like when you drop from a high altitude too quickly. He hears the sounds of people groaning on the ground and shakes his head out and looks back at the people he's left behind.
There are bodies on the ground. You know that these 6 bodies are still living and breathing. But for a moment, you see those chunks of meat all ground up. And then a crowd is upon you as more people than you could possibly handle start to surround you.
Pryor feels his body shake and quiver, and as they descend upon him, he roars like a big brother should. And I think as he is completely overwhelmed, they hear him singing the most disquieting, most gut-churning melody that even if they drown him out with their own song, will probably follow them into their nightmares. And Pryor is completely overwhelmed.
That he is. And
Well-
we return to the first floor with Merru.
Yes. Hello.
Merru, security's released you.
Yes.
You have all the money you've made.
Whew. It's good.
Merru, would you like to make me a wit plus awareness check?
Absolutely. Any DC? Or just the
DC 1, scaling difficulty.
Okay. Well, a 2.
A 2? It's very
I
faint.
won't willpower.
It's
I
very faint, but you know the sounds of a fight, and you can hear them coming from upstairs.
You know, for the briefest second, Merru's like, not my problem, gotta find Kai. And then he has the briefest moment where he's like, what if that is Kai? And then he's like, okay, well, maybe I need to go check that out. He doesn't know how he's gonna get in there, but he's gonna go take a little look if he can.
All right, would you like to give me a DC 3 deck stealth check?
Sure. Well, I could willpower.
You want to willpower this?
Sure, why not? Hopefully I don't get into a fight. Because I'm almost power impaired. Success!
All right, you're able to sneak up the stairs.
Excellent.
And you find yourself on the second floor. Merru,
Yes.
it looks like a mess up here. There are overturned tables. You can see security clearing things up. There are 6 bodies on the ground. It looks like those people are being helped up, though, that they were mostly shaken, but not like fatally or badly injured. Like it looks like they're unconscious, but they're being helped up by people. And you see a familiar face hung upside down from the ceiling.
I'm not laughing. Okay. Oh,
Hanging from the roof by his ankles. And Pryor, would you like to describe what Merru sees?
I really wouldn't, but Pryor has been hung from his ankles from the ceiling. He has the most far off, like middle distant look in his eyes as he dangles from a rope, suspended over the ground like a metronome, ticking back and forth and back and forth. His arms kind of like hang over his head, and the tattoos, his ego gear is kind of start to like ride up, so all his middle tattoos on his gut are kind of exposed, and he is absolutely humiliated.
When when Merru sees this, he just kind of stares for a second and goes, Are you kidding me? And then after he gets over the shock of what he's seeing, he actually kind of, now maybe this is childish of him, but he gets a little petty and he kind of sneers up at Pryor and goes, "Huh? Guess you need my help now, huh?" Or, I mean, are you gonna say no again for no good reason? I mean, I can respect your privacy, Mr. Pryor. Sorry, I don't have Kai with me to help you down instead. I mean, I can come back once I find him, but...
Help me. I can't take it. And he brings his arms up to his eyes. He's like, don't look at me.
Well, Okay. I mean, Merru knows being petty isn't really the greatest thing to be. I mean, he just really doesn't want to admit that Pryor rejecting his help earlier hurt more than he expected it to. He should be used to Pryor treating him like that, but he had been getting confused by how Pryor had been talking to him lately. But he also knows that he needs Pryor if he wants to survive. So he will not be petty anymore. He got his little quip out. After regaining his maturity, he decides he will try to be of some help.
Also, very important, Pryor's face is the reddest you've ever seen it, and there is a huge puddle of blood beneath where he's hanging, because they have not treated his wound at all.
Oh, right. Merru, do you
Yes.
want to make me a wits awareness check at DC 3 to notice something?
Sure. You say DC 3?
Yep.
Sure, what's up?
Oh god, with a crit.
Oh no.
So, Merru, as you look up at Pryor and the skin that's exposed, You swear you can see fingers or faces on his skin.
I mean, he tilts his head a little bit. You can't really see his eyes, but you can't even really see his eyebrows either because they're covered by his hair, but like it's obvious that he sees something, but instead of being like, "Oh my god, what is that?" he just kind of says, "Huh. I mean, didn't realize it's been singing machine or something that got you." Thinking it's just corrosion, like how Miix has random corrosion. He's like, "Oh, okay." He doesn't really care, frankly. It's weird, but like he's seen weird stuff all the time.
I'll give you one more thing with the crit that you get. As you're looking up and see that, you see the fingers seem to pull the skin shut like they're closing curtains.
That is also strange, but, well, what are you gonna do in the city, right? So much has happened today that he's just kind of like, yeah, hell yeah, okay, sure, whatever. He really cannot be bothered right now. It's weird, but does he really care? He can't think of an explanation, so he's not gonna try to come up with one.
So Merru, do you try to get him down?
I mean, I don't think Merru really can. I mean, he would like to try, but he doesn't. I mean, he's tied to the ceiling. Merru can't fly, so he can't get up there. So he's kind of just stuck staring up at Pryor, trying to think of what to do. And he's just like, there anyone I can talk to get you down from here?
There is someone, as you're speaking with Pryor, that approaches you.
Don't suppose you're the one who did this to him?
That is correct. The song in his heart is not one we could bear to listen to. But he did for a moment. And they look up at him. And then they kind of look at... You can see the people who are knocked unconscious are dressed very similarly to this man.
Okay. Well, listen, any chance you could let him down? Huh?
This big brother here, if you want him let down and you want him back, you'll need to follow our rules.
Rules? Merru's not a big fan of following rules. He will if he thinks they make sense, but considering these are people who have tied somebody to a ceiling, he's not really sure what kind of rules they're going to be coming up with. But, I mean, he's got to get Pryor down somehow, and it's certainly not going to be from getting on the ceiling himself. So he kind of just goes, what are the rules?
They look at you, look you up and down, and then say, you'll need to dance.
Dance.
We need to hear the song in your heart.
No, Merru does not know how to dance. So, he's inclined to say no, but he knows he can't just say no. So he goes, dancing is the only option?
Yes. It is the only way we can truly know what your heart holds. Merru, you have a feeling fighting could be an option, But when you look around at the amount of security and people up here, you're not sure if even Magic Bullet can get you out of this mess.
Yeah, especially because he just gave his he just was identified by security. Like they had some identification information. Now, granted, it was the forged identification information that Miix had gotten all of them, but you know, it's not a good idea. Like even if he could get rid of everyone in this room, it would cause a huge scene with security, and that would be bad for all of them. And he doesn't even know where Kai is or Miix, because Miix isn't here. Prior's up here and Miix isn't, so now they're all missing. So he's not really thinking that he's going to fight. He knows when a fight isn't a good idea. So guess there's nothing else he can do. He gives one more glance up at Prior.
Prior's gone back to folding his arms over his head, and he just kind of gives a tiny wave to Merru.
Merru does not wave back. He looks at the syndicate member instead and just goes, "Where? Right here? You want me to dance right here?"
Yeah, but first you'll need these. And they kind of push you back. I don't know if I imagine Merru tries to resist, but at this point more of them have flooded over.
Yeah.
And Merru, you feel something put on your head and 2 instruments shoved into your hand.
Great, yeah. Yep, that certainly happened. Alright, yeah, no, he's like, and this is necessary, and he gives one of the maracas a little shake.
It is. Now go, and they'll kind of push you forward, trying to lift you up onto the table.
He does not need to be lifted up. He at this point he climbs on the table himself. He's like, on the table.
Yes.
Okay.
They're all looking to you.
Okay. And he's like, do I, is there just a special music or just whatever's playing right now? What am I doing?
Do what your heart says to do.
Oh, okay. So firstly, he lifts Justicia up so his left eye is visible. And he puts his mask in his pocket, because he has an idea that he doesn't really know, but he has an idea that for a dance, he should at least have some of his face showing. He doesn't want to, but he feels like they might like that, and he's trying to appeal to them. It's kind of like throwing darts, being like, maybe this'll work. And then Merru gives the maracas a little test shake as he tries to hype himself up, because he really doesn't want to do this. He's seen people dance, but he's never really done it, because it's not like his Backstreets schooling back in the day ever had a dancing 101 course, you know? But, I mean, he doesn't really have much of a choice here. So he simply resigns himself to his fate, and when one of the mariachi members gives him the go-ahead, he will begin to dance.
They give you an encouraging nod.
All right. Well, I mean, at first he's totally nervous, you know? He's kind of just shaking the maracas to the beat one at a time and maybe shimmying his shoulders just a little bit. But it's clear early on that is not gonna cut it, you know? So he figures he's on a table, he might as well use the space. So he starts, walking around a bit, crossing one leg over the other as he sidesteps so he doesn't trip over his own feet, because that would be embarrassing. And he tries to move with the music more than just timing the maraca shakes. Like he even like he'll like do like a little spin and try to strike a pose. He'll point one of the maracas at the mariachis members, and then he'll turn around in a circle again in the other direction and do a different pose. He points with his other maraca at another person. But it's oh my god, it's clear from looking on his face that now he is the one who is thoroughly embarrassed. But when he eventually does another point, like with the maracas during the dance, this time he points the maraca directly at Pryor and makes sure to fix him with a glare that he hopes gets across how badly he wants to chew Pryor out over getting them both in this absolutely stupid situation. But then he continues with his dance, you know? And, you know, he tries not to hide away from the syndicate members when they start throwing money at him like he's some performer at a club. And for a moment he's like, maybe Magic Bullet is the solution, but then knows it's not. He knows it's not. That's just him being desperate. But thankfully, the song starts to come to a close eventually, and Merru, he does his best to, you know, end his performance well. So, you know, he gives it his all, you know, he dances his little heart out, even though each shimmy and shake of his hips and pose makes him feel so incredibly awkward. But he's able to get through it because he tells himself it's all for the sake of the mission, of course. He needs to save Pryor, even if he's mad at him, so they can find Miix and Kai, so then they can complete their mission. And that's the thought on his mind as he strikes a final pose. It's like one where he's like shaking one maraca over his head and the other below his head to frame his face, and he has like one of his legs kicked up behind him. And he tries to smile at the mariachi members, but it totally looks way more like a grimace than anything. And that's how he does his dance.
They are all cheering. They are loving this. You see a bunch of them. They're all throwing money at you. You see one of them has these red eyes that resemble a blood fiend's. One of them has these horn prosthetics. One of them has a crown upon their head. And another one of them is like cheering when you start shaking your hips. Like 4 in particular are very, very excited and seem so hyped by you up there.
Great. Yeah, Merru hopes that was good enough.
Pryor's clapping. Pryor's clapping from the rafters.
That's nice. Merru's not super happy that Pryor is enjoying his suffering.
And this one approaches you, who gave you the hat and maracas, and goes, well, the body is an instrument. You're starting to see yourself like a tool. But there is a passion inside of you, a deep love buried beneath your heart that shines through. A dream that dances on and on, even in the depths of despair.
Huh? Thank you? Did I... Can I get off the table now?
They nod, and they just go, and they, basically cut the ropes that are holding Pryor, unceremoniously dumping him to the ground.
Merru watches him fall.
He lands with an impact.
You good?
My body may have survived, but I fear my reputation died in those rafters. Thank you for saving me.
I don't need to hear your thank yous. Let's just
Then-
get out of here.
Can we agree that that this didn't happen and neither of us saw each other?
Of course.
Prior drags himself to his feet, dusts himself off, and you know what? He actually goes to shake the hand of the syndicate member who tied him up with the rope, and he says, "Well fought, well fought."
Well fought.
There's a... This doesn't need to be recorded in a book anywhere. But everyone here has learned a valuable lesson, and we'll just be on our way.
He nods at that and seems to agree.
Right.
Before turning to Merru and saying, "Keep that song singing in your heart. And don't fall into those depths."
Right. And Merru slowly takes off the sombrero and and holds out the hat and the maracas and is like, "I don't need this anymore."
They take them back from you. And the two of you are left alone as they head off.
The second the syndicate members are gone, Merru turns to Prior and he goes, "What on earth is wrong with you today?"
Prior looks at Merru and he opens his mouth and then closes it again, and he's done that a couple times, and he finally seems to try and force his voice out as he goes. I let the team down in my capacity as a leader, and so I'm trying to see if I am at all capable of doing anything else, because it's very, very clear I am compromised in some regards.
Huh? Merru, his eye, the eye that you could see, it like narrows in confusion, and he goes, "What? Wait, is this what this is about with Miix being all weird too?"
Miix spoke to me and said that it would... Well, they might not have said it in the same words I would use, but effectively they said it pretty well clearly that they thought that they should be the leader, and considering my performance in K Corp, I was in no position to disagree that, though I'm very thankful you all rallied around me, that perhaps it was best if I stepped down from barking orders as often as I usually did. Between Cowl and K Corp, I proved that when I took command, you all got hurt.
And you thought that Miix would do a better job. Miix, the one who couldn't fire a gun a couple days ago.
Manager Miix was the only person other than myself who would have expressed any interest in the position at all. I'm well aware of the fact that you don't want to lead and never did, and I admit if Kai was the leader, he would just do whatever I would have done. Not much of a change of pace there, is it?
I mean, so you don't... Is it that you don't want to be a leader anymore, or you just don't think that you can?
So far, the common thread between our failures has been me making decisions and you and everyone else being hurt because of it. That could be explained because we keep doing dangerous things. So I decided, considering that originally this was supposed to be a very low-risk operation, this would be a good chance to see if Miix could do what I've clearly been failing to do. I know in my heart, my role is to lead, but if I'm bad at my role, then
give up and not that doesn't make sense.
if Miix could play the part better than me, then I could at least be a willing subordinate. And Pryor spits that out with like a sigh that seems to come from like an ancient place.
Merru honestly kind of low-key grimaces at the idea of Pryor being a subordinate because it just sounds wrong. And he's just like, I think, and I don't mean this in a bad way to Miix at all. I really don't. I know it seems like I've been on their case a lot, but I don't mean this in a bad way. There was no way that they were going to do leadership better than you. So instead of giving up, if you want to be a better leader, then you should put all of your focus into becoming better and not giving up. You're not going to be better if you give up. That would be like I missed my shot against that assassin and then said, well, gonna run away now. What good does that do?
Merru, isn't that exactly what happened?
No, that is not exactly what happened. What happened is that I made sure we all were okay, and I stood my ground as the assassin ran up to me.
Okay. Yes. So
I think I wasn't
understand.
scared. I didn't want to do that, but I wanted to be better.
I'm not afraid.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying I was. I'm just explaining how I was explaining me. I wasn't speaking on you.
Sorry. I know. I already apologized for the fact that I do that quite often. I have issues. And there are things I'm realizing I am struggling to address.
Oh, okay.
I want what's best for all of us. And I think I wanted to give Miix a chance. I think you're all capable of incredible things. And I didn't want to hold Miix back from something they might be better at than me.
But I see what you mean, but you just kind of went all in and said, all right, Miix, you do everything. Obviously, they were going to mess up. They don't know what they're doing.
They seemed so confident, but I
Yeah.
suppose
They tend to do that sometimes.
Yes, I do see the error in that logic. I think I did want to give up. I think I want to stop having to try for a little bit.
Well, giving up on you means giving up on us, because we are, for better or for worse, a team. And I don't think you want to give up on us, do you?
No. No matter what, I must keep trying.
Yeah. And for a moment, Merru has the thought that maybe he should tell Pryor what he actually said to him during the distortion. And he wants... And then his immediate second thought is, no, I'm not doing that. But then he's like, well, maybe now is the right time. So he just kind of goes, during we last talked, I never told you what I actually had said to you before. I had told you that and he suddenly gets very awkward, and he goes to like adjust his mask, realizes he's not wearing his mask, and then just adjusts his magic bullet collar instead and goes, I had told you that I would keep giving you chances no matter how many times you failed, so consider this me giving you another chance, even though you failed again. So by that I mean we should get going and go find Kai and Miix, I guess.
Prior's chest isn't moving much, and he's sort of looking through Merru. I could never ask for that, and I could never expect it. Thank you very much. We should get moving. I will do better for you and for everyone. Thank you. And Prior turns around and says, we have to find Miix. And does not say another word. He marches with a determination and zeal in his step that you have never seen from Prior.
For a second, Merru just kind of watches him start to walk away. And he has almost kind of a thoughtful look on his face, because he wasn't expecting that kind of a reaction. But then he in his pocket, he grabs his mask, puts it back on his face, brings down Justicia, and reminds himself that of their less positive interaction from probably just a couple hours ago, and follows behind him.
And as you both leave, mariachi members in the audience, throw on is back on for like 10 seconds if you'd like to throw any money at all of them.
Not the on.
As the mariachi members all seem to be listening in on that, you all notice as you're walking out.
Prior turns and goes, that was a private moment! No, stop! I thank you for your money. No!
Merru takes the money. He's not happy about it, but hey, money is money. He takes the on.
Do not
Listen, accept the on and move on. They're not going to think any differently.
This is not befitting of a former big brother.
And neither was what happened earlier, but let's keep going.
Prior cups his face in his hand and guides himself purely on the side of nothing there.
And as you two head back downstairs, we go to Miix. Miix.
Yes.
You have been looking around, I imagine, for Merru and Kai.
Yeah.
You haven't seen any sign of them yet. But as you head around and search around, you see a familiar face in the crowd. A face you haven't seen since back at your manor and back at your home growing up.
Miix is looking around, trying to desperately find Merru and Kai. They walk through several aisles, through dozens and dozens of slot machines, past dozens of tables, hundreds of people. They don't call out, they're just looking around trying to find somebody, anybody. They look up and down, their eyes scatter everywhere, their hands are shaking slightly, wringing their hands. They start to hyperventilate a little bit. They were supposed to be the leader. They were supposed to do what Prior would do. Take care of the others, get them to listen, but they wouldn't listen. Because Miix isn't good enough. Miix, they won't listen to Miix, of course not. I mean, who would want to? They got everybody killed back at the facility. They were catatonic when they left the facility itself. They couldn't shoot anybody, and now maybe they and then they freeze. They freeze when they see someone in the crowd. It's been years. A new wrinkle here and there on her face. Age and a few new scars on the hands. A few more white streaks through her hair. But Miix recognizes her all the same. And the words that escape Miix's mouth, they aren't an accusation, they aren't a plea, they aren't shock. It's just a name. Just a name, barely above a whisper. Nah?
At that whisper, you've always known her to be incredibly perceptive, and it seems to almost carry over to her, despite the distance between you all. She turns away from the security member she was talking to, and there's a stern look on her face. But when she sees you, for a moment there's confusion, there's a lack of recognition, and then her eyes seem to sweep over, ignoring the horns, ignoring the tail, ignoring all the ego you have. Your eyes in particular, she seems to focus on, and then she moves forward and goes, "Little lion, is that..." She gets up close to you and starts to put a hand up, as almost she's not sure if you're real, if you're who she thinks you are.
Nah. And Miix stares. Memories flood through their mind. Memories of a younger self in the kitchen with an older woman taking care of them. A woman who read stories about fantastical worlds to the little Miix at night. A woman who would make sure to cook Miix's favorite meals every day. A woman who would always comfort Miix whenever they got in trouble. A person who was more of a parent to Miix than anybody else, even their own.
She
Is that...
There is a soft smile that breaks that stoic expression on her face, and she moves closer and wraps you in a hug and says, I never expected to find you here. One like you shouldn't be in these sort of dens. And she looks around, and there's a
Yeah. And they begin to sob as they hold her tightly.
She holds you tighter and goes, keep your head up, little lion. It's not... You always were so emotional, but the way she says it, there's a fondness in her look. And she sort of pats your head and holds you close and says, little lion, I know. It's been a long time. Okay. Your father wouldn't want you to cry like this.
Why? I thought you
She gently pats Miix's head, and she seems unsure how to handle the horns, probably carefully navigating around them, unsure what they are.
And Miix continues to sob. And a moment passes, I think, where Miix cries. But slowly, the pats on the back, the affectionate head rub, Miix calms down.
There you go, little lion.
I'm sorry, they say, their voice much more high-pitched than usual. I thought that... I thought I lost you all.
I know. We all lost a lot that day. I'm just relieved to see you safe.
Did anyone else make it? Alyosha, where is she? Where's...
Most Most of them didn't make it. Some of us did, but most of us didn't make it out that day. None of us would have if they wanted us all gone.
Is a Miix rubbing their eyes. Is my father dead?
There, beneath her stoic exterior, there is a frosty hate that comes into her eyes, and she goes, and beneath that hate, a sadness as she goes, he is. He is, and I failed to keep him safe, as was my duty as your chief butler.
I'm just... Miix, full of emotion at this point, not daring to even conceal their feelings. They say, I'm just glad you're okay.
I don't know if I'd call it okay. Alive. But what matters more than a lion is that you're okay. And there's a hope now that anger turns to. And she goes, your family crumbled that day, but you're still alive.
And Miix hesitates and then says, maybe. Well, you can join me now. We're And Miix finally calms down, and there's a bit of hope in their voice. Their eyes shining. We can go grab everyone. Maybe I'm with some people. But where are the others? The other butlers? Maybe we can bring them with us.
She is silent for a moment, and you notice that she looks away from you as if she can't bear to crush that hope when she speaks. And she says, do you remember that butler, Leon?
Leon? Yeah. I remember him. What about him?
As much as I wish I could come with you, little lion, I can't.
Huh? Well, why?
He's the reason for all of this. Leona's house crumbled because of him. I cannot cease in my pursuit until I'm certain he's eradicated for good. But you can trust little lion.
Wait, I don't understand. Wait, Leon? But I thought he was your protege. Him and Alyosha. Why? But.
And that was a mistake. And that anger is back in her eyes, and she looks back to you, but it's not directed at you. That was a mistake on my part, to have ever considered him for that.
we can look for Leon together. It's fine. You can.
No, little lion, this is a path I must pursue alone. I can't. I failed your father.
What?
And I can't risk losing you to him too.
Wait. I'll go with you then. We don't have to go back to the others. I'll go with you.
There's a soft smile on her face, but she just shakes her head and gives you a pat on the head and says, I admire that determination, little lion. You always were very persistent. But I can't bring you along on this hunt. I'll come back once I have his head.
No, I don't. I just found you again. Why are you leaving me? Why? Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry.
He sighs and rushes forward to hold Miix. And just shakes her head and goes, You have done nothing wrong. But it is my duty. I already failed your father. I already failed the rest of the butlers. And I've already failed your household. To bring you along would just put you at unnecessary risk. But I promise you, on my word and station, I will hunt him down. And then, little lion, I'll return, where you can take up the head of the house. You can follow in your father's footsteps and tradition. And this time, it won't be like that.
I don't care. And Miix starts to cry again, and they desperately clutch onto old Nat's jacket. No, I'm not letting you leave me. I don't want to be alone.
Oh. Old Nat holds you close, Miix, and you remember when you were younger, and she used to softly lull you to rest, rocking you gently. You're bigger now, older now, but she sways slightly as she holds you and hugs you close. I'm not leaving forever. I will come back to you, for you. And she hands you, she actually takes out from her pocket, writes down a number, and hands it to you.
Miix blinks, and for a moment they loosen the grip on Nat's sleeve, and they take the paper. What is this?
If you need me, you can contact me for that.
But I'm not letting you leave. And Miix looks up again.
I have to, little lion. I can't rest until I've hunted him down. I can't rest. Ever since that day, I failed in my duty as chief butler to your household.
No. And Miix steps forward, trying to grab at Nat's sleeve again. Her
This
eyes are
time,
welling up with tears.
she sees that, and she gently takes Mix's hand and gives it a squeeze. You've grown into a fine adult, little lion. But you still have some growing to do.
Hey. I don't. Please. Please don't leave me. I still need you.
I failed you already. I failed your family already. And although there is a softness in her eyes, and she gives your hand a squeeze, she does close them, and when she opens them, that firm, hard determination returns. And she says, but I do need to go. His trail's gone cold here, and I can't linger. But I promise, little lion, I will be back. And whatever happens, remember, your father was a good man. Don't believe that traitor's lies or whatever filth is spewed from their mouths. He did no wrong. He committed no sin. And he was framed for what happened.
No. And Miix steps forward again.
This time, though her hand for a moment looks as if she's about to grab Miix, she does pull back and she says, I can't, little lion. I wish I could care for you, but I lost the right to ever since that day.
No, you're still my family. Why are you stepping away? Why are you backing up? Why?
You are still mine. But I don't have the right to call you my family and my charge until I've righted the wrongs that I've done.
Please. No. Come back here. Come back here.
I will. I promise that. I will once I've fulfilled my hunt.
No.
And she starts to head out of the casino.
No. And Miix follows desperately. It's a stumble at first, and they try to, their legs shaking. A corner here, a turn there. But eventually a person passes in front of Miix, one after another. And the faint view of her back disappears, and Miix, sobbing openly, please, no, please, Please, no, please, please don't leave me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be good. I'll be good. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so bad.
And outside the casino, a woman looks back, regret in her eyes, before she looks down at the watch in her hand and continues to walk.
The last that we see of Miix, they fall to their knees. They fall to the ground and curl up into a ball, sobbing. They've never felt more alone.
And prior, Merru, I imagine you two hear a familiar voice, or rather cry, as you're both walking, searching for your teammates.
Yeah. I think Merru spots Miix first. He is the more aware one, even if he is the shorter one. And he goes to just point out Miix, but then notices the state that they're in, and his eyes kind of widen behind Justicia, and he kind of gives Prior a little nudge with his elbow, kind of just being like, go ahead, because he doesn't know how to deal with people that emotional.
Prior's momentum comes to a pretty screeching halt, but as soon as Merru nudges him, like a wind-up soldier, Prior is refueled. He walks over, and he can tell immediately that Miix is completely inconsolable. So rather than touching Miix, he gets down low and speaks with the firmest words he can muster. Are you hurt? Miix, are you okay?
I'm sorry. I'll be good. I promise I'll be good.
Breathe. Breathe in. Out. Prior checks Miix for corrosion.
There are no out of the ordinary signs of corrosion. There is always corrosion when it comes to Miix, but there is none. There is no sudden changes that you can find on their body.
Prior, more than anyone, has learned that emotionally disrupting people in the city right now is a bad thing. So he summons what little empathy he feels he is capable of mustering. We can talk. We can talk where it's safe. Kai is still missing. Miix, we need you. Okay? Whatever this is, we can help you. But first we need to help Kai. Can you take a few deep breaths for me and tell me if you're capable? Because if not, we can find somewhere that we can give you somewhere to breathe and continue our search. But either way, we need to get you off this ground. Can you listen to my voice, okay? Are you capable of that?
Miix takes a moment. They slowly take in a deep breath after another. They use Prior's voice as an anchor, trying to ground themselves and they wipe tears from their eyes. They're quite red. They take in a deep, shaky breath for the last time and nod. Okay, they say, trying to go back to the more typical voice they use around the others. Okay.
Okay. We can talk. Is everything... Prior avoids saying, is this related to the mission? Because he has slightly more empathy than that. Instead, he says, is it something that has to be addressed right now?
Miix, in this moment, just cuts through and says, it's not important right now.
It will be important in a bit, then. Listen. Trust me when I say all you can do is try. Thank you for trying. Let's keep trying, okay? We have to find Kai. No one has seen him for a bit. And I admit, all day, I can tell something's been off with him. I didn't think it was my place to say anything. But I'm worried. He was already discombobulated. And Lilith bringing up his past. I know Kai well. He wasn't prepared for it. He might do something reckless.
Okay. And Miix slowly, but shakily, but eventually pushes himself off the floor. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to need to find Kai. We're not going to split up. Merru, I know you're the best spotter we have. Is there anything we can do to help you find him quicker?
I mean, the biggest problem I have is my height issue. It's a little hard to see over a lot of people's heads when a lot of the people here are taller than me. But if we can get to a place, it's going up to the second floor, we can't really do.
Prior looks around, a finger on his chin as he considers the situation. And after a moment, he says, okay, I have an idea.
Okay.
He looks over towards the wall. Now there's chandeliers and lights, which means he's expecting that there's probably mezzanine access. Not up to the second floor where the gamblers are, but there might be scaffolding, something. It may be a casino, but it's a casino in J Corp. He expects that this place is constantly getting rebuilt and repaired. Anything that he can give Merru a boost on so that he can get a look over the whole floor.
does look like there are things around that you could try to get a boost on, given that you don't know how the security is going to react to Merru being put on those. You may only have a couple seconds before they ask you to get off of there, but it could work, at least for a quick glimpse.
That's all Merru needs. Actually, he turns to Miix and says, Miix,
Yes.
I'm gonna go give Merru a boost. You commit security of the truth. We're just trying to get a glimpse at our friend who we got separated from in the crowd. They'll probably still tear Merru down, but it will still give him a couple extra seconds. We'll work together. Alright, Merru. And Prior forms his hand. He interlocks his fingers and bends down so that Merru can step off of his hands and Prior can boost him up onto a slightly taller surface. You're as agile as I am.
Alright. I will, I guess, give it a go. And he's hesitant, but he did just tell Prior that he was gonna give him more chances at, getting to be a leader, so he won't fight this.
You're able to get a boost up. So, Merru, can you make me a wits plus awareness? And Miix, can you make me a charisma plus persuasion?
Yes, sir.
What is the DC for me?
DC for the wits awareness is DC 4. For the for you, Miix, the DC would be actually. I'm first gonna have Miix roll because that will lower the DC for Merru.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
charisma persuasion at DC 3.
Gotcha. I will roll the dice. Oof. We'll do willpower for this.
All right. The DC is lowered by 1, so that's a DC 3 for you, Merru.
And you can take an assist die from Prior.
Okay. Alright, so that's 8 dice. What was it, DC 3?
Yep, DC 3.
Cool. You didn't see that.
Would you like the willpower?
Yeah, I'm really close to being willpower impaired, but it's fine. I have 2. I have 2 dots left. It's fine. We got a crit.
Oh.
We're good. I just had to rub my eyes. I had to lift up Justicia and rub my prosthetic eye for a second. It was glitching. We got it.
For a moment, it glitches out, and then you see on the other side of the club. It's no wonder you hadn't seen him yet, given that there's a lot of people here. You see that familiar head of blonde hair and those 2 little antenna ear tufts peeking up among the crowd. And you can see that Kai looks to be in the middle of a game. And you also see that there is a man next to him who is uncomfortably close and affectionate with him.
Yeah.
And then security comes in and basically says, hey, we need you to get down from there.
Merru he's seen what he needs to see. He will get down. And,
Prior will apologize so that Merru doesn't have to. Merru can spare himself having to say anything at all.
thank you.
Yeah.
And with that, the 3 of them, Prior will let Merru lead the way.
Yeah,
Um,
Merru, he's very... he seems very clearly wanting to get there as fast as possible.
Miix staggers behind for a moment, and there's something, just a random memory that appears in their head of a long time ago. a much younger Miix, a small child. Snuggled up in bed with Nat sitting next to them. And they look at Nat with those big, innocent eyes. And they say, Nat, you'll be with me forever, right? And the woman gives a nod and a kiss on the forehead. And the child giggles happily before snuggling up to their teddy bear and going to sleep. And as Miix remembers that, they purse their lips for a moment. But Kai, that's the only thing that's stopping them from breaking right now. Kai. And Miix quickly catches up with the others.
And as you all hurry towards where Merru pointed out, we're going to switch over to Kai. Kai, going back a bit, before all the others got separated, when you first broke off from the group. Where did Kai head to?
Kai headed off to a poker table, I think. I mean, he probably, actually did take a minute for himself, maybe just splashing his face with water, in a bathroom or something. But when he went out, he decided to explore around a little bit before going back to the others. I think he just wanted to be away from people who had seen him have a moment of weakness recently. And he makes his way, or I guess he finds himself playing poker with a group of people, or more specifically, sat next to a man who seems like he might have some interest in Kai, which in his mind might be a nice break from everything.
Kai, you've been at the poker table for a bit now. I don't know how often Kai's been in casinos, but you keep making some risky bets and losing as the game goes on. The man next to you is dressed in basically the shirt he's wearing is opened and unbuttoned, and you can see all of those tattoos on his chest and along his arms. They're not middle tattoos. You've seen Pryor's tattoos. You know what the middle tattoos look like. And it's pretty clear that this man isn't one of them, isn't from the middle. That said, however, you're not quite sure if these tattoos are just decorative or augments, and he has a silver chain necklace around his neck. He's been doing pretty well this whole game, losing a bit, winning some, and he also keeps looking over at you the whole time, where you've sat down next to him, and kind of just grinning at you and being like, "Oh, got another bad hand?"
Kai, has not had the monetary or gambling luck that the others have. He looks down at his cards. He's got another bad hand of low value spot cards. He's only had a couple of pairs, like maybe a 3 of a kind, and his bluff has always been called by the much more keen to risk their money. And though he has only, lost chips so far, when this game ends, he's going to be giving up a lot of money, and that's something that he really doesn't want to do. I think he feels he can't come back empty-handed to the others.
The gang member looks over at you and says, "You look nervous, little one. Bad hand? How do you plan to pay up?" And you can see that he's been looking at you all night that you've been sitting here. But his eyes seem to look your body up and down.
Kai has taken note of this, and it's a reason that he has stuck around for so long. Knowing that he can't come back empty-handed, he figures maybe he can bargain himself away. And he leans in close. He says, "Would you accept an alternative payment? If the prize is myself for a night? However you want me?"
His eyes light up at that, and he grins and says, leaning into you a bit and slinging an arm around your shoulder, "That sounds like a good bet to me."
And Kai will grin back at him and bite his lip. Because at least he's not losing his money.
And Kai, can you roll me an int academics for your next card? Your cards that you play.
Mm-hmm. I have no academics, wow. What's the DC?
The DC is a DC 5.
Okay, so it's not happening. Kai has all face cards, none of the suits match either. At best he can play his high card. There's no winning anything from this.
Kai, when you play your cards, you realize you're out of money on this one. But as the staff goes to collect your money, the gang member next to you kind of waves his hand and goes, "Oh, don't worry, I'll handle the payment." Before looking over to Kai and saying, "How about we head out then,
And Kai nods in agreement and pushes himself up against the man's side as he assumes he'll be escorted out. In the back of his mind, of course, he's thinking of the other three, but this is what he thinks is the best solution right now. So.
And he starts to lead you out. The three of you all see Kai walking away from the table with this man.
Prior has been following Merru, but unless Merru quickens his step, Prior will pass Merru by. Prior, still half of his ego is cloaked in blood. Like his arm. Funnily enough, the gash on his arm, the bandages are gone, but the skin appears to have knit itself together. But he's still carrying his arm as if it's really wounded, and the stain of blood makes it a little hard to see how deep the cut still is. And Prior he goes to clear his throat, and the sound he actually makes is more of a ahem. Kai, we've been looking for you. Thought you were just going to clear your head.
Kai, I think, just became fully aware of the predicament that he is in. Sorry, if it's okay, because it's not like he's really separating himself from, the man that he's with, just, like, stepping, off of, like, directly being pressed up against him. I did, and then I decided to do what everyone else was doing, and, gamble, and, didn't go the best, but I didn't lose anything. And I will regroup with all of you tomorrow.
Are you with that
What?
trash?
Hi, do you remember what happened the last time one of us went off with some random person?
Prior, while this is happening, Prior has put two and two together in his mind immediately when Kai mentioned, "Oh, I didn't lose anything." His fingers go to the bridge of his nose for half a second, and then he holds a hand up to the two of his fellow compatriots and goes, "Well, the good news is, I'm sure whatever you bet, we all more than made up for. Sorry, whatever my friend owes you, allow me to pay it back."
The gang member has been letting you all talk up to this point, but his annoyance is visible, and as Kai sort of went to speak to you all, he did kind of roughly pull you a bit closer back to him, Kai. And instead of answering Prior, actually looks back to you, Kai, and goes, "Who are these three?"
I imagine when he grabbed Kai and pulled him closer that his Kai's wearing ego gear, so it's not like he's actually getting hurt, but that his sides are being dug into a little bit, so he's gonna kind of like I kind of like reflexively wince a little bit. These are my friend. I came here with these guys. We're friends.
Prior,
They're just
Just need
concerned.
to get him back, right?
They're just worried. It's okay. They don't mean any harm.
Prior holds a finger up to Miix, and there is the most serene composure you've ever seen wash over Prior's features. And he says, "We do things the polite way. We play by the rules of J Corp." Sorry, sir, I don't know if you heard me. I said I'd be happy to cover whatever my friend owes you.
He looks back to you and actually, for a moment, sort of separates from Kai to try to walk up to and intimidate you, and then realizes that you have like a good 3 to 4 inches on his height and doesn't seem to like that, but kind of like tries to stand up straighter and goes, "Oh, I don't think anything you have could cover what he owes me."
I have plenty of on.
I'm not interested in on. I have plenty of it myself.
Prior smiles brightly and says, "So, I suppose you have made up your mind." No negotiating?
Yeah, he just says, "Oh, I have," and starts to leave, going
Cool.
back towards Kai.
Cool. The second he turns his back to Prior, Prior smiles at Miix, and he just has the most polite expression on his face as Prior reaches over, grabs one of the chairs of the nearby table, and with that pristine smile on his face, turns and attempts to just shatter it over this man's head.
Absolutely. Make me a DC 4. I feel like this would be, it's an improvised weapon attack. I think a chair counts as melee. I'll say a strength melee check.
Absolutely. Because Prior is making an attack with an improvised weapon to obey the rules and structures of J Corp, may I argue for desperation, because he is using creativity.
I will allow that. Absolutely.
It's also Kai. It's mostly just because it's Kai. Prior is playing by the rules, only up to the limit. What's my DC?
Your DC? DC 4.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Oh my god!
This man turns his back on Prior with the most pristine smile on his face, and yet again, you hear this rumbling from under his skin as Prior strikes with more strength than you've ever seen, as he just brings this chair up, and it disintegrates as he brings it down on top of this man's head.
This man is going to take 5 superficial red damage.
Go. Oh my god.
Is Kai not like Kai has to be looking on in horror at this, no?
How does Kai react to this? As you see, I imagine Prior moves faster than you can stop him.
Uh-huh.
But as you see the chair be brought up and come down upon this gang member,
This is, oh man. Kai has a lot of internal conflict right now because it's like, oh my god, like, wait, Prior was so protective, except that 90% of it is just like, oh my god, why would he fuck with this guy? I was just gonna be with him for a night. It wouldn't have been a big deal. It's literally fine. Kai doesn't really consider himself to be worth all that much. So one night is really nothing in his mind. You know, regardless of what the others might think could happen. He's been through this many times before. But yeah, I think he's just looking on in pure like shock at what's going on, but doesn't necessarily make any moves to defend that man because it is Prior.
when the chair...
Prior,
Please, go.
as the chair disintegrates and the man drops down, I imagine there's a moment where the sound stops around the area. And without missing a beat, Prior raises his hands by his head, claps them twice, and stomps his feet to the rhythm.
And can you all roll for initiative?
Oh my god.
Yes, sir.
Sarah, copy.
I always roll a 3. This is the 4th time I've rolled a 3. Jeez.
All right. So, Miix, you're up first. You see there's this gang member here who's near Kai. What do you do? And he looks ready to fight. He has, as soon as the chair hit him, he has whirled around and he has his weapons out.
Okay, Miix is going to... Yeah, Miix is just gonna... shoot.
All right.
Miix draws the living and the dead, and there is a look in their eye, and by that I mean there's a lack of anything in their eyes. There is no light in them. Right now, the only thing that, like I said before, the only thing they can think of right now, Kai. And they will fire first with black. What is the DC, Mr. DM?
He is not caught off guard anymore. He's ready to fight. So instead of a DC 4, it is a DC 5.
Okay. I shall roll. This will be for the first one, which is black. Ah, no! I will willpower. I have some to spare.
All right.
Wahoo!
So that's gonna be... Let me double check. Your gun does, I believe, a +3. So he's gonna be taking 4 aggravated black damage.
Yay! And then, with their second shot, this will be... Wow.
All right. That's gonna be 2 aggravated white damage.
Yeah. Miix immediately, just as they draw the living and the dead, the gang member like spins around ready to fight, and as soon as he spins around, Miix just points up and pulls the trigger. Bam! The first butterfly lands straight into the gang member's chest, and they stumble back, and bang, another one right after. This one hitting some other part, wherever else, and immediately all they can think about is just helping Kai. And yeah, there's no thoughts, head empty.
Yes. He kind of, when you pull out those guns aren't common in the city, given the taboos on them, given the tax on bullets. And when he sees the first butterfly, he looks kind of confused, like, butterflies? And then suddenly his eyes widen as that black and white damage tear into him. Something he probably hasn't experienced before, I imagine.
Yeah, I think Miix just says... I think they say this aloud. I think the gang member can probably hear them. Just, you're not worthy. You're just a piece of filth. And yeah, that's their turn.
His hand clenches on his weapon. And up next, a special helping hand comes in. I'm gonna roll that 3d10. Oh, that should not be the Ting Tang gang member, so just ignore that. All right. Let's see. Echo. 1 physical,
Oh, damn.
8 social, 2 mental.
That fits. I'm sorry, that fits for this syndicate.
Oh, it absolutely does. Oh. Echo. Echo was upstairs and witnessed the show that Prior and then Merru put on, deciding to follow the party simply because it seemed like it would be fun to watch the death of dance happen once more, and in hopes to be able to echo the song that sings in Prior's heart to make his own. And as Echo sees what is happening here, Echo sort of points at the Ting Tang game member and says, people should have fun through dance when they go into debt, not sell their bodies. And rushes forward. And now usually, what I would do is I would have the roles be the fixer redeems. But this is a Los Mariachis member. So the Ting Tang game member is going to make a Dex Plus performance roll. Which, we'll see how good he does.
Oh my!
This man can't dance.
Oh.
Echo swoops in and carves at him with his blades and goes, "The dent in your heart is an impure one of corruption." And the Ting Tang gang member does not take any immediate damage, but something may happen when the next attack lands, as sinking is inflicted upon him. And I'll say, given that was only 1 success, he's hit with, 3 sinking. And up next, Kai. What do you do?
I'm attacking this guy. He consented to this.
Well, you know, I shot him and Prior just bashed him on the skull, so
I
it's
know, what is
kinda like-
wrong with you people? Even if he's not going home with this dude, because clearly everyone else won't let him, he doesn't want them to kill him. Is there like... I don't, you know, like, obviously Kai's not going to attack his own party members or anyone else that's trying to beat up this dude. He doesn't have an attachment to him, but like, can he try to intervene somehow?
Do you want to try to protect this man? Or do you want to just try to, like, convince the rest of them to back down?
I guess try to convince the rest of them to back down. I don't know that I would stop. I don't, you know, because protecting him could put the others in danger, and Kai would always pick the others over some dude he was gonna sleep with. Yeah, he'll just try to convince the others to stop.
All right, what do you say to them?
Okay, after all the shock or whatever is worn off, because he's probably more like, what are you doing? Why? But I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting myself into this, and I'm really sorry that you all felt the need to dig me out. But this man didn't actually do anything that I wasn't okay with. I don't know what righteousness you all need to get out of this, but I'm not a victim here. I don't think that he has a snowball's chance to beat any of you on your own, let alone the three. And it kind of looks at Echo, you as well. As much as I appreciate the thought, I'm sorry for making you feel the need to intervene. I've got myself just fine.
It's too late for that.
I didn't really have a chance to say anything before you smashed it. Well, before Pryor smashed a chair over his head, so you know.
Pryor is not acknowledging Kai's presence. Pryor is focused on what he is immediately doing, and Kai is in a different section in the back of his head. When he is addressed directly, he does turn a steely gaze in Kai's direction and say, I will speak after. Rules of J Corp. If you start a fight, you finish it. And he looks down at the Ting Tang gang member, and I bet you they're already getting back up.
Yep, they are. And he kind of, like, he's not even regarding you anymore, Kai. He is looking at these four and is raring for a fight.
Well, don't think there's anything else Kai can or elects to do during this round.
All right, and we pass to Merru. Now, Merru, I will make something very clear.
Yeah.
Magic bullet is a lethal weapon that makes a lot of noise when it is fired and hits multiple people.
Yes, Mr.
There is
DM.
no way you can avoid hitting somebody in this casino if it goes off.
Yes, Mr. DM, I understand.
What would Merru like
just
to do?
pistol whip him.
So firstly, Merru points magic bullet at this guy, but he does not fire it. It's just his initial reaction is, oh, we're fighting, let me pull magic bullet out. He aims it at the guy, realizes, ooh, very stupid idea I'm about to do here. And then he thinks, because he wants to hurt this guy. He'll admit it, he wants to hurt the guy. But he can't shoot. So, he's a little conflicted for a couple seconds. Before deciding, what would, if Merru were to, try to hit the guy with, like, the butt of the gun, like, whack the guy, what would the roll be for that?
The roll would be, I would argue, a strength melee.
I have 3 dice. Okay.
Luck.
I have 3 singular dice to hit that guy.
But it's a melee conflict roll.
Be a what?
It'd be a melee conflict roll, which, if Merru is feeling like pushing his luck, he does have desperation.
That's true.
Wait, what do you mean by melee conflict?
Oh, sorry. It's a physical conflict roll, so it would apply to Marshall.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I mean... What's her desperation?
It's
4 currently.
Currently 4. And your danger, I believe, is currently 4. No, I think your danger went up to 5.
Yeah,
Our
it is
danger
up
is
to
5.
5. It is
Our
5.
danger is
Yeah.
5, so if you
Yeah.
fail, you will take a point of aggravated willpower damage.
But I will become impaired, and you know... That would be fitting for how this day has gone for Merru.
I said do it.
What would the DC be?
The
It's
DC?
5, isn't it?
DC Yes. It would be Miix hit for DC 5.
Oh, yeah.
So it would go down to... Right, Echo also hit, so it's down to DC 3.
Ooh.
Oh, I believe it would be 4 because it would drop
Oh.
5 to 4 and then 4 again, correct?
Yes! Thank you. Thank you for correcting me on that. So
Still
yeah,
pretty.
it's down to DC 4.
Okay, well, that's 7 dice. I'm try to whack this guy. Let's see if it works.
I'll also let you know now, whacking does superficial red damage.
Fine, that's fine. I just want to hit him.
Yay!
Well,
We did
yeah.
it.
And I hit him. Yeah. No, Merru. He, in a moment of, I don't know if it would be self-control or what. Because he does hear like they have that like thought in his head of like just shoot, and he's like, no, we're not just shooting in the casino full of people. Flips the gun around, and in doing something that I don't think he's ever done before with Magic Bullet, because he knows if he killed the guy, Kai would not be happy with him. But if he
Appreciate
knocks
that.
the guy out, nobody will get mad at him. Security, well, maybe security will. Pryor won't. Kai won't. I don't know how Miix would react. But like it would be a win-win-win. So he takes Magic Bullet and dashes forward, all of a sudden, and he's shorter. How tall is this guy?
This guy's about 5'11", definitely calls himself 6 feet.
Yeah, well, Merru's 5'3", calls himself 5'4", so he runs up to the guy and he kind of like jumps up a little bit, and he's got a little like, I don't want to say pep to his step, but I mean he just finished doing a whole dance performance, so he's definitely got some kind of a different kind of agility there than he had before. And when he jumps up and he just tries to whack the guy over the head with Magic Bullet, and after it lands he lands on both of his feet, and he knows he's not that strong, but he's more just surprised that he actually hit.
Yes, you smack him, and he takes a point of superficial red damage.
And a point is a point.
But when you hit, because of echo, something seems to reverberate inside him, and he kind of looks down at you like, is that all? And then clutches his head as he takes an additional 3 superficial white damage. From the sinking.
Let's go.
And next up, Pryor, it's your turn.
Okay. What can I do to ruin this man's entire life?
I can think of a few things.
Yeah, I know what I'd say.
Man, Pryor is trying not to draw his weapon, just because that is an escalation. Honestly, I really think Pryor. Sorry. All right. Pryor looks at the options he has, and he is just going to. Yeah, he's gonna take his containment unit and attempt to bash this man in the gut.
Yeah.
All right.
He reaches towards his blade, grabs the strap of his containment unit, and as he hefts it off of his shoulder, you can feel how heavy it is as it shudders with the gifts inside of it. He gets right over this man, lifts it over his head, and for a minute you think he's gonna drop it right on top of this man's skull, and then he sort of comes down at an angle and it crushes into his gut.
All right. Another improvised weapon. I would argue this is probably strength melee.
Understandable. Pryor is unfortunately not super good at this, but honestly, at this point, he is more angry than he is fighting right now with insanity. Pryor spends the point of willpower. It's for his man.
Real.
Yes, that hits.
There is a reciprocation. While when Kai fights for Pryor, there is a bestial animalism to it. But Pryor fights with his very soul. There is a dispassioned determination as he lands blows against this man, as if with every wound he inflicts, in some small way, he is putting pennies in a jar, paying back some debt that he can never truly undo.
And I'll say that this, this would be a point of superficial red damage, I would argue, for bringing this down on him.
Absolutely. May I argue?
Ooh, please do.
Instead of a point of superficial red damage, as Pryor drops it low against him, he shifts his whole weight on top of it and he pins him to the ground.
Oh, so instead of taking any damage, you pin him down.
I pin him down.
All right.
The containment unit is heavy, way heavier than Pryor should be able to lift, but Pryor doesn't think about that too much.
He is pinned down under the containment unit, and as we go to his turn, he's going to have to make a DC 4 to get out from under this thing.
Oh.
He tries to wriggle out from under the containment unit and is unable to do so as he's trapped beneath it. He will still try to. Are any of you close to him? I just realized. Like, any of you within range of him?
Oh, Pryor's right over him.
Yes. In that case, especially because you just dropped this on him, he is going to slash out at you. I will say the DC 6 to dodge, Dex Athletics to dodge, is reduced to a DC 3 due to him being trapped under here.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Pryor, okay, with his crit, as he lashes out, Pryor brings out his hand and actually lets him cut a very small slice across his hand. And as he does, he looks down, his buttons of his collar still undone, his middle tattoos on display, and says, "Harming a big brother. That's gonna get your name in the book, kid."
The gang member's eyes widen as he sees the tattoos, looks up, and seems to realize who this is. And as he's staring at that in horror, Miix, what do you do?
Well, wonderful of Pryor to pin him down. So much easier to hit. Miix is just gonna shoot this motherfucker again.
Now, Miix, before you shoot, I will remind you that Solemn Lament is... Actually, No, I would argue Solemn Lament and Magic Bullet are ones you can't pull your punches with. Because they are guns.
Yeah,
Prior,
that's real.
Prior will turn over his shoulder, and he'll look at Miix, and there's that focus and that composure, despite what he has just said, and he says, "We're guests. Rules. Miix."
Wouldn't a change of locations be fine? Miix says.
No. We finish this by the rules of where we are.
Miix is silent. Fine. If you want to play by the rules, then I will.
Oh, please, go ahead.
And Miix will well, let's see. What would they do? That's a really good question.
For some suggestions, there are chairs around. You have your guns. You can like use how Merru did to kind of like smack with.
You can.
I mean,
He is pinned down. You can't just walk over and curb stomp him.
Yeah,
that is
well, I
also
was
true.
gonna say either a curb stomp, or if there are any like sharpened or like splinters from like the chair, you know, like a leg, like a chair leg.
Ooh,
Miix will just stab.
absolutely. I'll say the chair leg. You can make me, especially if you're wielding it like a spear almost. You can make me a dex melee.
Wahoo! Let's see. DC 4 to hit.
Is that reduced because he is pinned?
Right! He's pinned! Oh my gosh, wait, it's just a DC 1.
All right.
Thank you for reminding me. He can't dodge.
That is a wonderful thing. Let's see. I have a question. I have an idea, but only if, of course, you'll allow it.
What is your idea?
My idea is, let me just check something real quick. I just want to make sure. Just to add a little bit more, could I argue a performance roll, a dex performance, because Miix is going to try and, similarly to the Mariachi gentleman, do a little hop, skip, and a step, while, you know, basically sort of like a battle, like a dance, like a battle dance, a war dance.
Normally, I would say no. But because you have Echo here, I will make an exception just this once.
Thank you, Mr. DM. Very kind of you. Yeah, Miix is gonna make a show of it for sure. So Dex plus performance. And then difficulty 1. Is there anything else? Okay, no, not really. All right, they will just roll. Their willpower.
Oh my god, it was a...
Look, Miix has no melee.
it's a DC 1!
It's fine because they crit.
Oh my gosh. Yes, first of all, they're taking 4 superficial red damage. They've now gone into aggravated. What would you like to first describe?
Of course. Thank you,
How
Mr.
Miix
DM.
hits him.
So I think Miix, like Pryor says, we're guests, we have to follow the rules, and Miix just sort of says, all right, fine. And they go over, they scan their eyes around the room, looking around, and they spot the remains of the chair that Pryor used to bash this gang member's skull in. And Miix walks over, picks it up, and starts to tap their right foot. Tap, tap, tap. They close their eyes and they listen to the movements, specifically of Echo, memorizing that rhythm, memorizing the memories of their dance lessons from back home. It's a muscle memory that's still there. And they begin to dance. As they begin to follow the more traditional mariachi dance, swiftly, elegantly. It's as if Miix had been dancing consistently ever since they were a child. It's tango, actually, this variation. As they sort of dance with an imaginary partner, slowly performing for the others, slowly, but more and more frantically, as seconds pass. And then, as they finally approach closer and closer to the gang member on the floor, they spin, and as they spin, they toss up the sharpened chair leg. It flies up into the air, spinning and spinning, and Miix does one more spin, jumps up into the air, and then lifts up a leg, and as the chair leg flies up, there's a moment where finally the tip points down straight at the gang member, and Miix just delivers a very elegant, beautiful axe kick as they, using all the force in their body, slam the chair leg straight into the gang member's body, and then land on the ground with another spin, graceful, and they bow.
And Echo, at that display, in that performance, raises their like weapon, basically, in like a gesture of, like a dramatic flourish, and says, "Bravo, amiga." And then actually, Echo kind of looks for a second. They say amiga, and they kind of look unsure actually what Miix's gender is.
Miix looks over and smiles and says, "No se preocupe, señor. Me puede llamar amigo o amiga. You can call me a friend either way."
And he nods at that with a smile before turning to the Ting gang member and saying, "We do not forgive those who sour the moods of our guests here. This is the place for joy and pleasant gambling, and debts are to be paid within these walls under our watch, so we may turn a blind eye to the sudden absence of a guest on our floor." And Echo is gonna force this Ting gang member to make a dex performance roll that they absolutely cannot make. So Echo comes in and strikes again. And Kai, we pass to you, who has been watching all of this.
I'm enjoying this way too much. Kai is not. God, I don't know where his head's at right now at all. I think he's just been, like, watching his friend, like jumping this poor dude. And he tried to talk to him out of it. And I guess once they start a fight, they can't finish it. He just hopes they don't kill his dude. Can Kai just, like, distance himself from this man that they've been pummeling? I don't have anything to say.
I can absolutely just back up away from this.
He's like doing the prior thing where, like, his fingers are, like, rubbing his temple right now. He's just like, God, like, he's just gonna walk away a little bit.
And
Can't control these idiots.
somewhere in an RV, someone else is having the same thought you are, Kai. But we go to Merru.
Yes. This guy's still pinned?
Oh, yeah, he's still pinned. He hasn't been able to get out yet.
Alright. Let's see. Okay, so 3 dice plus my desperation. 7 dice. So what would be the DC?
It's DC 4. Or no, DC 1. I keep saying
One.
DC 4 because
One.
that's what I have down for his sheet, but he's pinned, so it's just a DC 1.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm whacking this guy again. If I can. Watch him roll
Absolutely.
nothing. Let's go, we hit.
All right.
Yeah. Listen. Is it a called shot? Would it be a called shot if I hit him anywhere that wasn't the head?
Because it's DC 1, you can make a cold shot if you'd like. You can just specify where you're hitting him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I
Do it.
Can I take magic bullet?
Yes. Yes.
And
Do it.
And yeah, no, I guess I'll move forward. I didn't mean to do that.
I like that Merru nugget moving forward. It makes
I
me
just
scared.
I accidentally pressed. There we go.
Should be
Can
right
I
here.
take the butt of this gun and just slam it down onto this guy's crotch?
Oh my god!
Yes.
Thank you.
You
Thank
may.
you. No, this is so cathartic. This is so cathartic.
Oh,
Merru's wanted to do
yes.
something like this for so long. It's like he hit the guy in the head the first time and said, "Man, that was actually kind of fun." He kind of liked it. He's not a melee guy, but like, it was kind of good. It's good to let out some of his anger. Because he's been frustrated all day. So he takes Magic Bullet and just slams it down onto the guy's crotch. I mean, listen, Kai didn't want him to die. He won't die like this.
Oh. Yeah, this guy's having a horrible time. And he's like, oh, you bitch! And he's like glaring at Merru. And, when you hit him for that too superficial, Echo Sinking goes off, and he takes another point of white damage.
I think Merru, he will simply, frankly, he'll just flip the guy off and say, "You started it. Don't touch my friend."
He glares at you, and there is hate in his eyes. And at this point, a crowd has formed. You all see the rest of, like, more of the Mariachis members have come downstairs, and they're all cheering. Like, they're watching this performance. The security is starting to fill in, too. that, we go to Prior.
Prior is Prior has this man pinned underneath his containment unit, and seeing that this fight is pretty much decided at this point, Prior is going to look to wrap it up, if he can. Having put his hand, his bleeding hand out, he leans down. He actually gets low, drops right down to this man's eye level. With one hand on the containment unit, pinning him to the ground, he grabs his collar by the other hand. As he looks into his eyes, he says, I suggest, no matter what, you drop your weapon now. And maybe, just maybe, I'll only put you down as a footnote. I got a lot more than you to get through in this city. And maybe, just maybe, by the time I find you again, I'll be in a better mood. How about that? Kid.
Prior, would you like to make me a charisma intimidation with your big brother fame?
Really?
Could he also have some bonus dice or make it easier, considering what Miix and Merru have just done to this poor man? I say poor man, he deserves it.
I think he's a poor man.
I would say it is a DC 3.
DC 3?
Yep,
But they can
DC
happen.
3. As for bonus dice, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you an additional +2 bonus dice on top of that all, given what everyone has done.
Well, yeah, we'll call it he's
Including yourself.
wounded.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's so wounded right now.
Someone doing the tango to attack you and hitting you in the crotch? Yeah, that would definitely...
That is going to be 5 successes.
That is more than enough. His weapons drop from his hands. There is a horror on his face, especially looking up into that glare of yours. He seems to realize that this is a fight he's not going to win. And it also seems that the gravity of the situation is weighing on him. And especially as the big brother leers down at him, he surrenders.
Smartest decision you could have made, kid. Thankfully. And Prior looks down at his palm, and if the Ting Tang gang member follows his hand, Prior's palm looks just fine. The light little cut doesn't look like it was ever there at all. I think I might be able to consider this just a little misunderstanding, so long as we agree. This was all just a little misunderstanding, right?
Right. He nods at that and keeps looking at your hand as if in disbelief. Like he's trying to remember if it was ever cut in the first place.
Good man. Smart man. Now I'm gonna take this unit off your chest. And then I'm going to let my 2 friends have a little discussion with you. I do hope you treat them with the same respect that you would treat me. And Pryor leaves them alone for a minute. He has a different conversation he has to have.
The Ting Tang gang member, is still on the ground, not moving for a moment, clearly rattled by Pryor.
Well, if the opportunity arises, then Miix may have a few choice words.
Oh, absolutely, Miix. Yeah. If you have anything to say to him, now would be the time.
Miix squats down and looks at the gang member. I hope we've forgotten about that debt. Well, actually, I think there's another debt that we have to take care of, don't you?
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? Because I think there's a lot that you owe us for all of this pain and suffering.
He looks like he wants to bite back that you're the ones who caused it, but he sees past you at Pryor's back and thinks better of it and just goes, fine, what do you want?
I want everything.
Can Merru take this moment to? He's not gonna shoot. I promise. just to point the gun properly at the guy and be like, well, he's not really gonna say much of anything.
I think
He thinks
robbing him at
listen,
gunpoint.
yeah, no, he clearly wants this guy's money.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Listen,
absolutely.
he said he actually no, he'll be like, listen, you said you had a lot of money. How much is a lot?
Why do you want to know?
Do I need to explain myself?
I got like 100 million on.
Are you being honest?
I mean, we
'Cause
can
I
find
feel
out.
like-
Sorry, you go.
Yeah. I feel like maybe there's a little more, isn't there? And Mick sort of like leans in. If you're not careful, then there's not going to be anything of you left. So I would listen carefully. Are you telling me that that's all you have? Are you being honest?
Nix, do you want to make me a charisma intimidation? And you can add an extra 2 dice to this.
Wait. I have intimidation. Can I give an assist?
Absolutely.
Because I am pointing
Wahoo.
this gun at this guy.
Wahoo! What is the difficulty?
DC free.
Nice. All right, let me roll. Yay!
Oh. Yeah, no, that he is sufficiently intimidated and he kind of looks away and goes, fine, I actually have an extra 50 million.
Oh, you lied to me. No. You be quiet. I don't take kindly to liars. And Miix draws the living and they're not going to, but they point the muzzle under this person's chin. I need you to be honest with me. Is that everything you have?
It is. It is everything I have.
And I assume that he's being honest?
He is this time.
Okay. Miix stares. And then they do a sudden movement to startle the gang member, almost as if they're going to shoot, but they don't.
He does flinch at that. He does flinch when Miix does that.
They instead pull back the firearm, holster it, and says, "All right. And if you ever do anything like this again, you don't want to know what I'll do to you.
Hey.
Do you understand?"
He frantically nods and
Use
starts
your
to try
words. Use your words.
I understand.
Good. Now get the fuck out of my sight.
He scrambles away from you at once, and you both can hear him muttering under his breath about basically just fuck is their problem? Like shooting you all nasty looks as he scrambles away.
To be honest, I know Merru was the one who pointed the gun first, but at some point he still kept magic bullet pointed at the guy, but he was kind of just not even looking at the guy and was looking at Miix what the hell? He was not expecting Miix to get so into it. He doesn't say anything, but he's all right.
There's some lessons I learned from home. Miix says, silent, and then sighs.
And as this all happens, Echo does approach the two of you and says, looking to Miix, "Amigo, I extend my gratitude for allowing your fellow Humbo amigo to assist you in this tango. If we meet again, allow us to tango once again with everyone."
Miix nods, smiles, and says, Me diste mucha risa con tu baile. You made me laugh a lot. And they look over at Merru, translating for him. You made me laugh a lot with your dance. Muchas gracias.
I'm glad I could. But for now, allow me to exit stage, for I have a... And you see, as that Ting Tang gang member is scrambling off, it looks like this mariachi member isn't finished. Party to continue. May the music continue to beat to the drums of your heart, and the festival continue evermore. Adios, and may your stay continue to be pleasant within our casino walls. As...
Con usted también, mi amigo. With you as well.
Echo gives you a flourishing bow and takes off after that Ting Tang gang member. And you can see the rest of the Los Mariachis following him all follow along cheering.
Well, that was something.
Um, I think Pryor's been looming over Kai for the past
Oh yeah.
couple
No,
months.
Pryor has been hanging over Kai, and he doesn't say anything for a long while. Before, finally, out of the silence, he stops gritting his teeth and he says, I trust in someone else to keep this operation together for half a day. I expected everyone to maintain their sanity for long enough for someone else to get a chance. I expected any number of things to happen. I didn't expect it from you, Kai.
Kai's been sinking lower and lower with each word that Pryor said. Like, his shoulders have slumped significantly. His expression is probably dark, but it's, hidden by his hair in his face regardless. He probably doesn't bother to look up at Pryor when he mutters, I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again. I didn't mean to burden you.
It is the job of a leader to take on the burdens of those who have come and asked him to do so. I understand where you were coming from, and I get that you wanted to help. But if you had walked out of here with that man, what do you think that assassin would have done? Did you consider that maybe they had already scoped you out, lure you away, go attack the RV, Yuna? I understand. No, I don't, actually. I've never understood. We have always had a working relationship. Has time and time again been you supporting me as I stumble and fall. And in return, I have given you what I can. But I can't give you things that you don't ask for. And I thought we had long ago come to that realization. If there is something I am not providing you, even though I am now in a very different station, I will do what I can.
Kai has just been taking every word that Pryor has said. And though he's really not feeling great right now, he does feel remorse for not considering the other factors outside of himself. He doesn't. And he'll say, I did not think. I was not thinking. I won't make that mistake again. I won't put any of you in danger. I appreciate
what you did for me. And I hope that our working relationship for as many years as it's been, I hope that with it you can understand that what I'm looking for or need, as much as I would love to be able to express it to you, I can't, and I'm not even sure entirely what it is myself yet, but I will figure it out in a less outwardly destructive way. I'm sorry.
Prior exhales, and he tries to drop the frustration and the genuine fear that creeps into the corner of his eyes. I'm not your boss. I am your business partner. I have no power over you, Kai, that you don't give me, and that has always been our arrangement. Just remember that you are always free to amend our deal. Just as I am free to amend ours. You're not trapped. And all I can do is make suggestions. And Prior will look down, and as he sucks in a breath, he straightens his back, fixes Kai with an even keel expression, regains his composure, and says, "Even so, the situation resolved. We should head back. We can count what came out of this and make a new plan. There's a lot of details that we all have to share." Prior turns, and as he does, he begins to move, and he says, "Excellent work, you two. I won't ask. You don't have to tell me. Let's return back, regroup, figure out our plans for the next day. We all need some rest. And I think I need some medical attention."
Fire. You've been pushing through the pain, I imagine, but especially since you're also used to having healing ampules right away to heal those wounds, I imagine your arm has been really starting to hurt. The bandages only doing so much.
Yeah. Prior is used to agony, but being used to something and not showing any signs of it are a very different thing. Though he marches, his arm begins to kind of hang limp by his side, droops slightly lower, and his fingers don't tighten into fists. And all that blood is beginning to cause the sort of red, earthy tones of his face that come with fighting to actually seem a lot paler rather quickly. It's funny how frail and mortal the human body is. Though, on a surface level, Prior looks much better than he should. It's very clear under the hood his body is in shambles. But nevertheless, he tries his best to lead the way.
As you all start to leave, someone approaches you all. There is a man with almost a shark-like grin in a suit. Who holds up a hand as you all begin to leave.
Prior looks at the man. He, whether he wants to or not, checks for any nearby chairs and then greets the man with a much more pleasant smile than he did the last one. Good evening.
Evening to all of you. It looks like you four have made quite a scene here tonight.
You here to pay us for the entertainment?
He kind of laughs in amusement at that, and it's just like, no, but I've noticed all of your fighting prowess, and I'm here to make you an offer. I don't suppose any of you would be interested in taking on some bounties.
Prior tries to size this guy up. How nice do his clothes look?
Would you like to make me a wits insight?
May I argue for a wits craft to just determine the quality of his outfit? That might be able to tell me something about him.
Ooh, yes. I'll let you do a wits craft. I'll say witchcraft will be more focused rather than his intentions on his outfit and what he's
Probably
wearing.
his wealth, if he's wearing something expensive. Absolutely. DC?
DC 3.
Not 33. Hey.
Ooh. Yes, this man looks very wealthy. The clothes, at least from the clothes he's wearing, it's a very nicely tailored suit and it looks expensive.
Prior clocks it and he turns back and he smiles and says, well, I'm surprised. I mean, take this not the wrong way. A man with such a sharp, well-made suit, I didn't expect to be hawking his own bounties. I imagined you would have peons for that.
Oh, I do. But I happen to observe you all and...
Oh,
Well-
being scouted by the man himself. Has this affable joy to his voice that feels very put on, and you realize it's because he's in so much pain. There is a literal concession being made in his voice of trying everything to avoid another bout of conflict.
Are you trying to hide the fact that you're in pain?
Yes, so much so.
Alright, can Prior make me... Honestly, I would say a composure subterfuge, unless you have a different role you'd argue for.
No, I'll take composure subterfuge.
Alright, you can make that against a DC 5.
Ooh. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. No. Nope. If Prior spent willpower, he would corrode, and that would not show that he was uninjured.
You have a feeling that this man can see right through you.
Yeah. Despite his pristine skin, some wounds are deeper and harder to heal. Even so, he straightens his back and he smiles and says, we might need a little bit of time after a busy day like we had today to be in a position to take any bounties on, but if there's somewhere we can find you, I'm sure we can come let you know if we're looking for work.
Would you happen to have a business card? Miix pipes up.
He was already reaching for it. And he smiles at Miix with that same sharp grin before handing the business card out to, I imagine, Pryor, since he's the closest to him.
Pryor will take it in his good hand, which is unfortunately his offhand, which is probably very obvious. Much appreciated. And he looks at the card. Any details that stick out to him?
No details that jump out to you. It looks like relatively, it's a nice business card. It has the name Narrow on it. And there's a number that can be contacted.
Narrow with an O? Or, sorry, Narrow with an N.
Yes, Nero.
Oh. Mr. Narrow, when me and my company have a chance to tend to our wounds, I'm sure you'll hear from us.
I'm glad. And he just grins at that and says, I'll be waiting for you all.
Pryor bids him with a nod of his head. And then Pryor will just go to leave. He's not even going to wait for this guy to walk away. We need to get out of here. We need to get back to the RV. We especially need to do it before the sun sets, because then the Shi Assassin will have perfect cover.
Yes. As you all begin to leave, chat, once more I've turned on the crow on, as any of the remaining mariachi members.
Oh my god. Not the on.
A couple of them start to wave as you all leave.
I think then in that case, Miix will wave and say muchas gracias amigos y amigas. Thank you so much.
They're all waving to you and say adios as Echo and the group all around him start throwing on at all of you.
Oh my god.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
I feel like Merru, he suddenly looks strangely like awkward as he's still gonna take the money. But he looks almost embarrassed all of a sudden. As he goes and collects the money, and tries to hurry after Pryor so they can leave.
Yeah. The second that we all get away from the loan shark, Pryor tucks away the business card, but then he scoffs and he goes, with the Shi Assassin chasing us, I don't think bounties are the best use of our time. But we can count our winnings and see maybe a couple more days like this with fewer distractions and interruptions. We might just make it. But now let's get through the Backstreets as fast as we can.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yes. And
Don't turn the music off. Don't turn the music off, please. Oh, thank God.
as you're all leaving, you hear one last yell of, remember to shake those hips!
Oh my god, Merru wants to die. He hurries even faster out of this place.
Shake.
Pryor
those
turns and
hips?
points. Yeah, Pryor turns and points and says, I'll be telling all my friends to come here.
They cheer at that, incredibly excited.
Merru, what do they mean by shake those hips?
I don't know. And normally he's able to keep his composure pretty well, but right now, not so much. He's so stressed. He's just like, I don't know, don't ask me, I have no idea.
Right. Let's get back.
Yep.
Now, I have an important question for all of you as you're heading back. Do you stick as much as possible to crowds?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm just gonna roll a little thing. Don't worry about it.
Mr. DM, please.
Don't
Mr.
worry
DM.
about it.
Mr. DM, I will find out where you live.
Mr. DM, I know where you live.
Okay.
Dude, Mr. DM, I visited you like a month ago.
Mr. DM, I was at your house like 3.5 months ago.
Yeah, Mr. DM, I was also physically with you like several weeks ago.
Mr. DM, I will be physically with you in a few months, but like, you know, I hold grudges.
Where's the music, Mr. DM?
For now, you all are able to stick with crowds. I did not roll a 1, so you don't all get sneak attacked again.
Thank you.
But as you're all making your way back, Prior, you hear in a particular part of the Backstreets as you're moving along.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Okay. May Prior attempt to open up the senses of nothing there to see if it can give him a clue of where to avoid?
You can.
He's not very good at this role, but, you know, he can try.
You are able to. Now, they aren't abnormalities or distortions.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't necessarily sense them like you would most things. But because of the precision and because of those eyes, you do spot a shadow atop a building looking down at all of you. And then it's gone. But you're able to stick among the crowds all together. And if you'd like, I will, if you're all trying to stealth your way back through the crowds, I will let you all do a shared stealth roll of whoever has the highest stealth, with anyone else who has stealth assisting them.
As not Miix.
I have 1 dot of stealth, so
I got 2. Anyone have better than 2?
I got 1 so I can assist.
I have 1 so I can assist. So
Is it just straight up stealth?
Stealth and Dex, yeah.
Just straight out dex stealth.
Okay.
Now, I will say it is a pretty high DC. It's a
Oh.
DC 6.
Wait,
but-
wait. Prior can assist with this. Prior opens up his gift from containment.
Oh.
It's a new scene. If I may be allowed.
Wahoo!
Absolutely.
Would, despite the kerfuffle they got in, if Prior says, Kai, I need some help sorting through this, will Kai assist?
he will. He won't say anything, but he will.
That's all Prior needs.
Well,
Prior digs through his resources and shuts it and says, well, worth a try. Nothing.
It's a flavor thing. I don't know if this will actually help, but I figure I might as well ask. Mr. DM.
Yes.
Could Miix, because they don't have stealth, but could they offer a bonus dice because perhaps they see where the butterflies are congested?
I would say that at the moment, they're probably, I mean, there's a crowd, so you do see some butterflies around.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. I would offer a bonus dice, but I don't think it's possible with only a 1 success, even with the bonus dice, to turn the tide. Unless
No,
it's
not
a
to
crit.
this. I meant to Merru's stealth roll.
Oh, to the stealth. You know what? Actually, yes. I will allow that then, because you can kind of see areas you should avoid.
Wahoo!
okay, so how many dice am I rolling with?
You would be rolling with, you've got an assist from Prior and you've got an assist from Miix. So I think total you're rolling 7 dice.
And
All
Kai,
right.
right?
Well, Kai just used an assist, right?
Oh.
No, Kai
Oh,
would
I didn't-
help. Does Kai have stealth? Oh, Kai does have stealth.
I
no,
yes,
no,
I have a
yeah.
dot of self.
That assist die was not happening at the same time as the stealth check. That was prior attempting before we moved to use different
I
command.
don't know why I was under the impression that you can only do 1 assist per scene. I don't know why.
No. You,
No.
I don't know why I got this in my head.
No, you're good. The only thing assist is you can't do an assist during combat unless you spend your turn doing that.
Oh, that's what I was mixing up. Okay.
Yeah. But no, you can absolutely do multiple
Okay.
assists in the scene.
Okay, so it's 8. It's 8 dice.
8 dice
Yes.
and it's a DC 6.
All right. I mean,
Willpower.
Gotta try, right?
I will impair myself, but who cares, right? What a way to end the night.
way
Impairing
to
myself
end the
mentally.
night.
Come on. Just 2. Just
We're
I
already back.
got you
We're
guys. I
already
got
back.
you guys. No.
Of course.
Um,
We never left.
Yeah.
We never left.
Merru, he takes it's not literally, but what feels like the last shreds of his sanity. It's not. It just feels like it. Because he's stressed about this assassin. To find the best way to stealth our way through this crowd.
He has a killer headache.
You are absolutely able to. You're all able to stealth your way through the crowd with a crit. I'll let you all know. You have a feeling you've shaken their trail and that they're not going to be able to find back, follow you all back to the RV. That said, you do have a feeling that as long as you're roaming these streets, you're going to have to be wary of them being out there. And that you may all want to limit your time outside of the RV or the casinos. But you make it safely back.
I
And
almost miss Yuna's nagging.
well, luckily for you, as you all enter the RV, first of all, actually, how do you all enter the RV? Do you just walk right in, or do you all, do a special sort of knock on the door?
Yeah, for sure. A special knock.
Oh, we're knocking?
Yeah.
It's our
No,
RV.
to
To make sure that, Yuna doesn't just drive away. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. And there you go.
The door, you hear the sound of the locks being unlocked. And then Yuna doesn't open the door, actually. You all hear the locks unlock. Do you walk in?
Miix almost makes a mistake, but then remembers and then says, my favorite drink is Well Cheers. And then they walk in.
Yuna was attempting to hide. They didn't do very well. You can all see them from where they're trying to hide, likely, I imagine, behind, the bunks, and, half of their body is showing.
I can
From where
see
they're
you.
hidden.
I thought the Well Cheer, that's the...
everyone
that's the-
in. Everyone in. Everyone in.
We're already in. Shut the door.
Yeah. Prior's the last one in, and he does shut the door behind him.
Alright. Is now a good time to patch you up? Mick says, finally looking at Prior again.
The second that Mick says that, Prior slumps against the door of the RV, and as he slides down the door, he leaves a trail of crimson blood on the door.
Ooh, that's not good.
Prior, he is physically, his tracker is full and he's got 2 pips of aggravated damage. Prior has been bleeding nonstop for way longer than he should have probably been able to without passing out.
Kai, can you patch him up?
Yeah, I think Kai. Oh, yeah. Wait, actually, what is?
Yuna
Mm,
does actually, before Kai even moves, does start to walk over to Prior, and in their hands, you all see 2. They look like healing ampules. Not quite. They're not as the same, but in these like glass vials, there's this green liquid. And Yuna says, I can't refine it as well, but this should at least be able to do a little bit of healing.
Prior will reach out with a shaky hand, take it, and uncork it with his teeth, and make a gesture as if he's about to drink it, and if Yuna doesn't stop him, he'll down it.
Yuna doesn't. But they look a little bit worried.
Prior, as he finishes drinking, he looks and he says, I don't like the look on your...
Prior, you can heal a point of aggravated health damage.
How does it taste?
Like salty tears.
Ugh. 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 No offense, Miix says, looking over.
No, this is better than I could do on my own. That's incredible. Brilliant work with the materials you were given, Yuna.
Oh, I was talking to the tearful thing. But yeah, that too.
It's not... I could do better if I actually had the proper equipment, but it'll do for now.
You did
And they honestly
amazingly.
look frustrated. Oh? They look at
did.
Miix.
You did amazingly. With what you had, to get an ampule this quickly, it'll make Guy's job easier. You did well. And Miix ruffles their hair.
Yuna goes bright red at that and looks away. And then just kind of mutters, I didn't know you could speak another language.
Ah? You... Oh. What, did you...
Of course I was watching you all the whole time. At least where I could find cameras to watch you all.
You were watching us?
Well, actually, Yuna looks at Merru, and there's a little bit of that old Yuna returns with that smirk you remember back when they gave the tour. And they go, oh yes, I saw everything, Merru.
Wait, did...
And by
Wait, so-
everything, you mean nothing, right?
Wait, do you know what they were meant by, like, shake it?
No, nothing happened.
Oh, yeah, no,
Right?
Merru was
No,
really,
no.
really
Who cooks?
shaky.
Who cooks? Me. I cook for you. Do you
Well-
want food? Do you want to starve?
I cook, too, but, I mean...
Merru silently turns to look at Miix, doesn't say anything, and then turns to look back at Yuna and says, nothing happened.
Prior looks at this and standing up and brushing himself off is like, yes, I admit it. They strung me up by my ankles and hung me from the ceiling.
Must have been a sight.
Oh, it was.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sure Yuna saw the whole thing.
I did. I still can't believe what the four of you did there. You, he looks at Kai, doing that was incredibly reckless. You, he looks at Pryor, doing that was also incredibly reckless. And then he spins around toward Merru and said, I could hear you muttering to yourself, or I guess to that. He kind of looks at the gun and then looks back up at Merru and then just sighs. And then when they look to Miix, they kind of stop. And they don't say anything this time, but as they glance away, you see this soft, almost concerned look in their eyes.
Miix sees that and then sighs and steps closer. It's okay. We're back. I told you we'd come back to you, right? Now, before we continue this sweet conversation, I believe Pryor is still on the verge of death, so we should probably get him patched up.
Yes, right. Here's the other one I made. I can probably make a couple each day, but I can't promise we'll have as much or they'll be as potent as what you all were probably used to walking around with.
Pryor will hand the healing. Pryor still has the empty bullet casing. Can he load the ampule into the dart round and then hand the gun back to Kai?
He can.
And he'll hand the gun back to Kai and say, "All right, Doc, administer my medicine."
Kai, will side eye Pryor a little bit at that, but, administer it nonetheless.
Make sure it hurts.
I don't think he's that.
And you can make me that int plus medicine check.
Yep.
DC free.
Okay.
Hey, Pascal, were you good while I was gone?
Pascal just sort of beeps and hovers around.
Nice.
This is how you can tell he's not that mad at his man.
So these weakened ampules, the regular ones are margin +2. What's this one?
The weakened ampules would be margin +1.
Okay. All right. Pryor's corrosion that's drifting over him is mostly gone.
Ooh.
His mental corruption stabilizes. He lowers down his sleeve and he looks far better.
Though, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Though Kai, probably won't say anything. There is a sigh of relief from, where he's standing near Pryor, just seeing that he's not in quite as bad shape as he was before.
Pryor gets himself back up, gives Kai a nod, says, "Thank you." The fact that the assassin jumped us where they did is interesting. I have my theories, but no solid proof.
If you have theories, it might be better to share them because Yuna's kind of shaking a little, you all notice.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
I mean, I'm not surprised that they've sent... I knew they were going to send someone after us.
J Corp, you mean?
Yes. I know I can't survive a hit like that. And I don't think you could have survived very many more. Yuna looks to Pryor.
Pryor nods his head, and he's fairly deep in thought. It's very true. But I admit I'm not very familiar with the Shi more than their most basic reputation. But what I do know is the figure we faced at least seemed to be alone. They were highly competent, certainly able at dealing with us. Mr. DM, sir,
Yes,
may I DM you?
absolutely. Please
Let me
do.
just ask a quick private question.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
Perfect. Pryor has his hand on his chin. He walks to the front and says, back when I led more than just... Back in my old life, whenever you'd go up against a threat that seemed greater than you and the sum of your parts, you always had to break it down. You'd never want to fight everyone at once. You'd want to go after either the weakest link first or the link that could be broken the easiest. And yes, those two were rarely the same thing. So why leave the RV alone? Why go after us not as we are coming or going from the RV, but when we get far enough from the RV that we couldn't turn around and go back? Why lay a trap for us that far away from here? He looks around to see if anyone is picking up what he's putting down.
Yeah, mixed nods.
Yuna's gonna roll to see if Yuna can figure out what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Yeah, their
It
eyes.
clicks. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Merru was not picking up what is being put down. I'll just
Pryor
say that
nods
straight
at
up.
Yuna and says, you see, if they were sent by K Corp, which we must assume they were, they would have been given all the information that K Corp had on us. That includes our membership, what they thought our capabilities were, who they thought was with us. If you're going to attack a group when their strongest member isn't there, why were they targeting us when we were away from the RV?
It's because of her. That
Pryor snaps and points his fingers.
Is it a her? You always refer to it as a her. I'm not
Not
quite
it.
sure.
Her.
Right.
The Queen of Hatred, better known as Magical Girl. They assume we still have it with us. They think we're keeping it here. They think it's our nuclear warhead in our back seat. That's why they won't touch the RV.
That seems to be the most logical conclusion. And the only thing I can think of.
It makes sense too if they've got any devices to measure strange readings. And Pryor gestures to the tearful thing at the back of the RV. Well, they'll find exactly what they think they're looking for.
Yuna nods at that. So as long as they think she's here, hopefully that means this place is safe.
It means that unless they get very desperate, they shouldn't try and siege this place. But especially now, this late, it's best that we put down the blinders and try and settle in for the night. I doubt they'll be as stupid as to try and attack when the night comes over the back street.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's... Yuna looks, and you can all see the blinders are already down, and everything's been basically, like, bolted up.
Everyone? Before anything else, though, Empire dumps his containment unit and opens the side hatch. Let's count her on. I made a fairly tidy sum. I would say I was able to turn 15 million won into about... Sorry, 50 million on into about 50 million on before I was so rudely strung up from my ankles and denied the chance to play at the big league table. I still consider that a solid return on my earnings.
Merru will step forward, and he actually now he has like a little, I don't know if you want to, it's not like, maybe it's like a fanny pack kind of a thing. He's got like a bag thing up where his like belt is, that has been hidden underneath his magic bullet jacket, and he goes, I dabbled, you could say. I was doing my job. Like I said I would. And he just starts taking out so much money. And he goes, I don't know how much it was. All I know is that for once, a wheel was kind to me. And he just starts putting cash, on the table, completely, well, what you would imagine is straight-faced.
And you all see total, Merru has made 525 million on.
Prior does not hide the choking sound he made.
Whoa.
Listen, I said I would do my job. So I did.
I have been wildly outdone.
That you
but
have.
I suppose it's a team effort, so good job.
I didn't play any. We extorted some money out of the gang member. So we got that much. Mr. DM, how much was that again?
It was, I believe,
He said he had
150 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Miix grabs their own bag, and they toss it into the pile, and they say, managed to extort about 150 million for our troubles.
so that brings your total up to...
And let's not forget all those that the our wonderful new friends at the casino decided to throw our way. And he counts out like the $1,000 bills.
You all count up total 725 million. 17,000 on that you have made in a single day.
Well, it's not. Well, I suppose money makes money, though. So, the more we make, the more we have to leverage. It will be very tight.
Only started with 60, and now we're here, so. But,
True.
And then Miix looks over at Kai.
Kai has his head hung in shame because he didn't make anything and he really almost lost all of it. I think he just gingerly puts back the money that he had previous. I think they were all it was all loaded into cards at the casino. So, I think he just slides his little card onto the table with a 15 million still on it that hasn't changed.
Oh, we didn't put that into the total, so we can throw that in.
Cool. So
Mm.
didn't lose any. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts our total on, I think, to 740 million.
Good job, everybody.
Well, we almost broke the first billion, and like I said at the start of the day, the first billion's the hardest to make.
Should be able to make it tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. So, Yuna, what do you think?
Well, Yuna looks at you all, looks down at the tablet, and just closes their eyes for a moment and says, I appreciate all of your optimism, but... and turns the tablet over for you all to see as the cycle rolls over and the debt amount with the interest compounded is calculated.
That's
Doubling the original amount they needed.
That's 30.
100% interest rate.
That's 30 bill. What? Who the who's who?
Loans can be like that. City's rough.
Yeah, I know. Whoever signed this loan is a freaking idiot.
Now I understand why they were willing to see a offer on the debt a week out. That's a pretty clever move by J Corp. They know the company has the money, so they tell their representative they need to wait to come in, and the debt is compounding every single day. By the end of the week, that'll be 60 billion, 120 billion, 240 billion, 480 billion.
Prior. And Miix, like, sort of like crouched over it, held their hand in their heads in their hands, and then they suddenly spring up. Prior.
Yes. Miix.
They take in a deep breath and run their fingers through their hair, and then they say, still have that card, right?
Yes. Pryor pulls out the bounty hunter's card and goes, we need to make a lot of money, and every day we wait, the job we're gonna have to do probably gets a lot tougher.
You got one shot.
Alright, everyone. I think we're gonna need to get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we're gonna have to fight for our money.
In our lives.
We can't go gambling every day. The house always wins.
And managers, with the debt building and hopefully new opportunity in your hand, I think this is where we'll call this session to a close.